If you want, I will put your name. If you don't want,
applause for our Governor Sir, Shri Ramesh Bhai Sir, he has arrived. I request everyone to stand for national anthem and state song.
पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगल दायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
भारत माता की
जय।
Please stand up for state song.
सह्याद्रीचा सिंह गर्जत शिवशंभूराजा काळ्या छातीवरी कोरली अभिमानाची लेणी दारिद्र्याच्या उन्हात शिजला इंद्राच्या धामाने भिजला देश गौरवासाठी झिजला दिल्लीचे ही लष्कराने महाराष्ट्र माझा जय महाराष्ट्र माझा गरजा महाराष्ट्र माझा जय जय महाराष्ट्र माझा.
On behalf of organizers, I formally welcome all the dignitaries of the dais, Honorable Governor Shri Ramesh Bhai Sir, Professor Manoj Tiwari, veteran academician from IIM Bombay, our President Ashwin Dalwadi Sir, Vice President Nayak Sir, Chairman MAC Committee, CMA Neeraj Joshi Sir. शुभं करोति कल्याणम आरोग्यम धन संपदा शत्रु बुद्धि विनाशाय दीपो ज्योति नमोस्तुते. I request dignitaries on dais to please come forward and light the lamp. I request Central Council member Ashish Thatte sir and WRC chairman Chaitanya Mohri to please join the dignitaries on dais.
गमया
मृत्योर्मामृतं गमय तमसो मा ज्योतिर्गमय मृत्योर्मामृतं गमय ॐ शान्ति 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 असतो मा सद्गमय तमसो मा ज्योतिर्गमय मृत्योर्मामृतं। Thank you, sir. I request the dignitaries to take their seats. We begin the program. Today's theme on International Management Accounting Day, and I welcome everyone on this occasion. I am fortunate to introduce our Honorable Shri Ramesh Bhai Sir, Governor of Maharashtra, to you all. Born in the year of independence in Raipur, he has started his journey, completed his secondary education in Bhopal, and now he is agriculturist by profession. At a very young age, he was elected as a councillor in Municipal Corporation Raipur, and from there he has moved up through the ranks and served the legislative assemblies in MP. He has been elected in Lok Sabha for 7 times, and in previous governments he has been awarded ministership for steel and mines, chemicals, fertilizers, information and broadcasting, and environment and forest. So those were the independent charges he has handled. Sir is a 23rd governor of Maharashtra, and he has been appointed since 18 February 2023 after serving as the governor in Tripura and Jharkhand. He has also served as a president of Chhattisgarh Archery Olympic Association. Sir will always be remembered for his firm stand on his responsibilities as the governor of Jharkhand and flagging the actions of the elected government where he felt that they were against the maintenance of law and order in the state. Sir, we found ourselves fortunate to have you, and now I request our President CMA Ashwin Dalwadi sir to felicitate our honorable guest. We have our second guest, Professor Manoj Tiwari, Director of IIM Mumbai. He is a fellow of the Institute of Industrial Engineers, IISc USA, and Indian National Academy of Engineering, IINAE India, and National Academy of Sciences. Under the Professor Tiwari's directorship since 2019, IIM Mumbai has improved its ranking from 29th to 9th. So that is besides serving as the director of IIM Mumbai, he serves as associate editor of IEEE and Sadhana, and is on the editorial board of several international journals such as EJOR, UCIN, PPC, RCIN, IG, AMT and JTS. He has served as a member and as a chairman of the boards of several academic institutions of repute of India. As a researcher, he is working in manufacturing systems and supply chain management domain. He has published more than 354 papers in various international journals. Sir is recipient of the most influential researcher award in the domain of operations and supply chain management. He is the recipient of the David E. Becker Distinguished Research Award and Mahanobis Distinguished Educator Award from the Operations Research Society of India. We are indeed lucky to have Professor Tiwari as our chief guest and academician par excellence in this national seminar today. I request our Vice President, sir, to please felicitate and honor Professor Tiwari. Thank you, sir. Now I request CMA Chaitanya Mohri, Chairman WIRC, to deliver welcome address.
Good morning, respected dignitaries on the dais, today's chief guest, respected Sri Ramesh Bhai sir, Honorable Government of Maharashtra, guest of honor, Professor Manoj Tiwari sir, Director IIM Mumbai, our dynamic President CMA Ashwin Darwadi sir, beloved Vice President CMA Bibi Nayak sir, young and dynamic Central Council member and Chairman of Management Accounting Committee CMA Neeraj Joshi sir. Under his able leadership, we have started celebrating Management Accounting Day, and this is the second time we are gathering on this occasion. Respected dignitaries of the dais and fellow CMA members, it is my distinct pleasure and privilege to extend a warm welcome to each one of you for this national seminar on management accounting on the auspicious occasion of International Management Accounting Day. Today, as we come together to celebrate this important day, we are also embarking on a journey of exploration and discovery into evolving landscape of management accounting. The seminar theme is Navigating New Frontiers, Managing Accounting in the Era of Real-Time Insight, Sustainable Growth and Cybersecurity. Underscore the dynamic challenges and opportunities facing management accountants in today's rapidly changing business environment. In the era of characterized and unprecedented technological advancement and globalization, management accountants are tasked with navigating uncharted territories, harnessing real-time insights and driving sustainable growth amidst growing concern around the cybersecurity threat. The theme of today's seminar reflects the pressing need for management accountants to adopt these new realities, leveraging technology, data analytics, and strategic foresight to deliver value and mitigate risk in their organizations. Real-time insights have become unprecedented and in today's fast-paced world, enabling organizations to make informed decisions quickly and effectively. Management accountants play a crucial role in harnessing the power of data analytics and emerging technologies to provide timely and actionable insights that drive performance and innovation. Additionally, in an age where cyber threats are becoming more sophisticated and prevalent, cybersecurity has emerged as a critical concern for organizations worldwide. And I am sure that management accountant must be vigilant and safeguarding sensitive financial information and implementing robust cyber security measures to protect against potential breaches of cyber attacks. As we celebrate International Management Accountant Day, it is important to recognize the tireless efforts and dedication of management accountants in driving efficiency, innovation, and growth within their organizations. Whether it is optimizing cost structures, implementing performance measurement systems, or formulating strategic plans, management accountants serve as a trusted advisors and strategic partners to management teams, helping steer organization towards their objective. On this occasion, let us also acknowledge the importance of continuous learning and professional development in the field of management accounting. As professionals, we must remain agile, adaptable, and proactive with the emerging trends, regulations, and best practices that shape our profession. Though lifelong learning and knowledge sharing, we can empower ourselves and our peers to thrive in ever-changing business landscape. As we celebrate International Management Accounting Day, let us ensure our commitment to upholding the highest standard of ethics, integrity, and professionalism in our practice. Let us continue to collaborate, innovate, and lead by example, driving positive change and creating value for organization and stakeholders. In conclusion, I would like to express my sincere appreciation to all the management accountants for their dedication, passion, and contribution to the field of management accounting. Together, let us continue to inspire excellence, foster innovation, and make a meaningful impact in the organizations we serve. Once again, I welcome all of you for this International Management Accounting Day program. Thank you.
Thank you, Chaitanya. Actually, as aptly said, management accountants are tasked with analyzing various data fields to arrive at recommendations for sustainable growth. And we are here today to discuss the same. Thank you very much. Now I request our Chairman MAC Committee, Neeraj Joshi sir, to explain the theme of the seminar.
Good morning, everybody. Respected His Excellency Ramesh Bhai sir, Honorable Governor of Maharashtra, Professor Manoj Tiwari sir, Director IIM Mumbai, our very own President CMA Ashwin Dadwani ji and our Vice President CMA BB Nayak sir, all my colleagues in the Council, Regional Council, my professional colleagues and student friends. So today we have representatives coming from all over India for this national seminar. And it is my privilege to welcome you all to this seminar on navigating the new frontier, management accounting in era of real-time insights, sustainable growth and cybersecurity. Today we embark on a journey to explore the dynamic landscape of management accounting, where traditional practices intersect with cutting-edge technology evolving priorities. In this era of rapid change, the role of management accounting has never been more crucial. Our theme for today's program underscores the imperative for businesses to adapt to the demands of real-time insights and cybersecurity and sustainable growth. And these are not mere buzzwords now. They represent the pillars upon which successful enterprises will be built in the 21st century. Today we have three sub-themes in which the program will proceed. Our first sub-theme is on management accounting and cybersecurity and sustainable value creation. So in the age where the data breaches and security threats are looming large, we all have heard about deepfakes, which are also creating problem for the businesses, for every person, common man even. So safeguarding sensitive financial information has become paramount. Management accountants play a pivotal role in fortifying organizational defenses, ensuring that data integrity is preserved and financial assets are protected. But beyond more protection lies the realm of sustainable value creation. So as stewards of scarce resource management, management accountants must align their practices with the principles of sustainability and fostering long-term value creation for both society as well as shareholders. Our second sub-theme brings into focus the value-creating parameters that underpin effective management accounting practices in today's competitive landscape. It encompasses a holistic approach that considers a myriad of factors, including customer satisfaction, employees' engagement, innovation, environment. So it is not merely the financial numbers that matter nowadays. we have to be more focused on the non-financial parameters or the parameters that will be able to sustain the world that we live in for more generations to come. So that is where the focus of the management accountant shall be, and that is what we will be dwelling upon in the second technical session. Lastly, the third technical session will be of real-time reporting and analysis. So it's very critical nowadays to get information which is traveling at speed of light at our desk in the real-time sense, so that decisions can be taken and calamities or future problems can be avoided by using the correct data. So by harnessing the power of advanced technology, advanced analytics, AI, management accountants can transform data into actionable insight, driving agility and innovation through the organization. In conclusion, as we navigate the new frontier of management accounting, let us embrace the spirit of adaptability and lifelong learning. Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam sir has once said that adaptability is about powerful difference between adopting to cope and adopting to win. Thus, he has very well underscored the importance of not just adopting to change for survival, but also it means that we have to thrive and succeed in ever evolving world. So let us heed these words as we chart our course towards the future, where management accounting serves as a catalyst for positive change and enduring value creation. Together, let us embrace change, embody resilience, and strive excellence. And I'm sure that throughout today's deliberation, the three technical sessions that we have, we will get a lot of things to learn. Thank you.
Thank you, CMA Neeraj, for giving apt idea about today's gathering. Now, once again, I request WIRC Chairman Chaitanya Mori to come on the stage and felicitate B.B. Nayak sir, Vice President of our institute. And I request Nayak sir to accept the felicitation and address the gathering. Now I request Nayak sir to address the audience.
A very good morning to one and all present here for this grand seminar that navigating new frontier management accounting of real time insight, sustainable growth and cybersecurity. Respected Your Excellency, our Chief Guest, Honorable Governor Maharashtra Ramesh Bhai sir, our guest of honor Professor Manoj Tiwari, Director, IIM Mumbai, Honorable our President of our Institute, Ashwini ji, and Honorable brilliant Chairman of this committee, who is the architect of this program, Neeraj Joshi ji, and my council colleagues, past president, and regional council members, delegates, students. Really, today I am very happy. It gives me immense pleasure to be present here on the excellent topic, the need of the hour, that role of, it implies the role of management accountant, and three sub-themes what Neeraj ji expressed. It is need of the hour. We should welcome this and we should gain this. I want to give one information that to Honorable Governor of Maharashtra, Ramesh ji, that our institute since 1959 statutory body having at present more than 5 lakh students throughout India, near about 1 lakh members. We are serving to Government of India, and many members also they are serving abroad, outside India, representing Government of India, or they are in any other professional jobs. Our profession is totally separate type of profession, which is the second largest professional body in the world. Our cost and management accounting, really it is management accounting. Sir, we are managing, means you go to any organization, state pays you, central pays you, or government sector also. Our members, they are serving, they are giving service to the government nation. Actually, they are creating profits. They are managing entire resources. This words are management. It is very old from the civilization. Manage, men, then T. It is the history of the word management. Manage, men, T. Because man was the one factor when civilization started. Then material came. Man, material, then money, then machine, then method, technology. These are the 5 M's of management. Our profession, they are managing from grassroots level up to top strategic level. They are controlling, they are optimizing, they are estimating, and very silently. We are not so exposed like others, because always we are working, we are busy in work. So technically our members, they are very, very excellent, and always the many professionals, other professionals, they are also recognizing, government also recognizing that we are the real profit creator, we are the real manager. But somehow we are not satisfied, because this is the forum. Our brilliant, genius director IIM Mumbai is here. He will also accept what is our role, because we are not able to brand properly, because we are not getting time. Our professions, they are not getting time. Our professionals also, they are in practice also. They are genuine practitioners. Only they are calculating 1 plus 1, 2. We are not calculating 1 plus 1 equal to 11. We are not in practice of manipulation, of introducing or enhancing or reducing as required. So, I am extending my heartfelt thanks to this committee and also Honorable Ramesh Vice Sir Excellency, Governor Maharashtra, giving presence in our institute seminar here. Also to Manoj Tiwari ji, and I am expecting all success in this seminar. And my request to Joshi ji, this type of management seminar we should conduct, because this is the way that we should prove ourselves that really we are the management accountant. Thank you very much. I wish all success of this seminar. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President, sir. ICMAI has been a driver of continuous improvement in the field of management accounting, as you have rightly pointed out. through its members, regional and central councils, and through Management Accounting Research Foundation. We have with us veteran academician, our guest of honor, Professor Manoj Tiwari, Director IIM. I would request him to address the gathering.
सर्वप्रथम मैं यहाँ उपस्थित परम आदरणीय राज्यपाल महोदय श्री रमेश बैस जी का हृदय से आभार प्रकट करता हूँ कि यहाँ आए और आपके इस गैदरिंग को एक नया आयाम दिए, तो मैं उनको प्रणाम करता हूँ सबको। और आप सब जो इस डे को, जिसको आपने नाम दिया है मैनेजमेंट अकाउंटिंग डे, और ऐसी एक बड़ी इम्पोर्टेंट परिषद जो देश के लिए, समाज के लिए, इंडस्ट्री के लिए, कई सोसाइटियों के लिए काम करती है, उसके लिए इतना महत्वपूर्ण सेमिनार आपने बहुत ही कटिंग एज एरिया में ऑर्गेनाइज किया, उसके लिए पूरी कमेटी को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, जिसमें माननीय श्री सीएम अश्विन जी दलवाड़ी जी, आदरणीय श्री विभूति भूषण नायक जी और माननीय नीरज डी जोशी जी और बहुत अन्य इनके सम्मानित मेंबर जो यहाँ बैठे हुए हैं, उन सबको इस तरह के आयोजन के लिए कोट कोट धन्यवाद। नाउ कमिंग टू द मेन थीम ऑफ योर कॉन्फ्रेंस एंड सेमिनार, इट्स वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग टू सी दैट सम vital aspects of the management accounting, which is the backbone of almost all kind of industry. And your role is so prominent that we have been forced to start many of the newer frontier areas like fintech. Like there is a special BTech course and dual degree course in IIT is started that we call maths and computing. And these kind of courses are not going to be very exclusive. They are adding value to your profession. Because recently, have you seen, due to advent of many of the newer technology, particularly IT and how different kind of ERP tools, how different kind of data accounting tools and dashboards, they have added a new dimension to your profession. And under that, the several newer challenges has come up. Say for example, the kind of data that you are observing because of you are going to become 5 trillion economy now, and hopefully that India, the way in which your CAGR, if you count, I think by 2030, 2030 or just like that, you may reach to the top 3 economies. And when you are reaching in this way, the amount of finance and volume, the way in which it is growing, it's a phenomenon. Then imagine that how will you manage all these things, how many people you need, how many members of your community is required. So माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में आपने देखा होगा कि कितनी नई नई स्कीमें चल रही हैं, और they have led to many of the improvements, like say one very famous scheme that we call direct benefit transfer. So similarly, PM Gati Shakti National Master Plan. And we have seen that how the Udan scheme has resulted in many of the brilliant changes in the landscape of the aerospace system of the country. So we as a faculty and professor, we now see that how closely the academics, professional bodies like yours, government policy planners, how they are aligning actually to realize the goals of Viksit Bharat. And I think in this era, the major focus that we have to make through this forum is that how to handle the challenges of the newer technologies adoption. Say for example, we say AI applications or generative AI applications. These are the things which you cannot avoid because you are having more data volume and velocity. Real-time accounting needs this kind of approach. The moment you do it, you require massive data to process. Then there are two kinds of systems. One is analytical system and one is the system concept itself. The moment you say analytical system, then you have to bother about the data analytics. In the data analytics, many clustering tools, classification tools, many of the regression tools, and above to that, the moment you come to the AI, then all these tools like CNN, DNN, Graph Network, they all going to be part of your analysis. And these tools will bring you a new kind of support system to you, that how this large data can be handled. And the moment you do it, what will you gain? You will gain more accuracy and reliability. Because they have been time tested on a small data set, then you translate it to a bigger data set. Then many of the mistakes that we commit as a human being, sometimes then it is believed that they will be less. And that way people's confidence will be more in the system. Then technology infrastructure. Say we have to go for 3G to 4G to 5G to 6G, and that will help you to have a large volume and pace of the data flow will be high. And that kind of support will also needed to have a new kind of IT infrastructure. And I am sure that your group has already been geared up to face this challenge. In addition to that, there are many threats. One among them is cybersecurity threats, because so many data, so many IT systems, so many different systems. जैसे एक कंप्यूटर के दूसरे कंप्यूटर से इंटरफेस कैसे होता है, किस तरह का नेटवर्क आप लगाए हुए, VPN नेटवर्क क्या है, उसके थ्रू बहुत से मालवेयर आते हैं, बहुत से फिशिंग टूल्स आते हैं. वो फिशिंग टूल्स when they come, they take away some data from you. They make your system defunct actually. So many times people, there are groups, they are situated in different corners, particularly where there are 3-4 states are meeting. Like their towers, mobile towers are situated, some tower in the Jharkhand, some towers in the near out areas, West Bengal, some of the mobile towers in the Bihar. So that location is a kind of fluid location where many of the fraudsters, particularly those who are adept in cyber crime, so they are located in those kind of situations where they can switch over in 10 minutes from one state to another state, so that you cannot locate them actually. So famous one of the web series I have seen, the Jamtala, because this is made on this kind of attacks on the normal people's account and fooling them that how this can happen. So we require more regulatory compliance also, that how we can meet these challenges. And some of the effort that you have seen GST, these kind of things has come up only to streamline many of the things which are many kind of taxations, other rules were there. So regulatory authorities are trying their best that how to simplify the job of the common people, as well as bring more and more transparent accounting system to the enterprises. Then some of the cost resources which are there, particularly how they are being developed to maintain the real-time accounting system. So there are many challenges, but if I go, and then one of the very famous Sanskrit saying was there, that is Vishwasaniyam Karya Tassu Puranta Sadhu Isdam Tatra Pisyata Samte Tat Dharmashu. इसको अगर इंग्लिश में कहें तो reliable work brings happiness. It should be established even in the challenging times. Means technology driven accounting, AI applications, more and more what you call 16 challenges that we normally say fair practice of accounting, they all can be mitigated by some of these automated tools which requires more and more people, more and more expertise to practice. So with this note, I will wish you all the best for having a great day and hope that your association will bring a lot of relief to the common man, people and enterprises. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Tiwari sir, for your enlightened thoughts. Because change is constant, and we, as a management accountant, we always are there for assessing the influence of changes in various sectors of the economy. So, and thank you for recognizing our role in these changing times and showing confidence in our profession. I now request our President, Seema Ashwin Dalwadi sir, for his presidential address.
Good morning, Honorable Chief Guest, His Excellency Sri Ramesh Bais, Honorable Government of Maharashtra, Guest of Honor Professor Manoj Tiwari, Director IIM Mumbai, CMA BB Nayak Sir, Vice President ICMAI, CMA Neeraj Joshi, my colleague in the Council and Chairman Management Accounting Committee, former Presidents, members of the Council, Regional Council, Chapter Executives of the Institute and representative of press and media, ladies and gentlemen, and my dear students and members. It is with great pleasure and enthusiasm that we gather here today to celebrate the International Management Accounting Day. This day holds a significant importance for CMA fraternity. It recognizes the invaluable contributions made by management accountants worldwide toward the organizational success, economic prosperity, and sustainable development. I am extremely grateful to His Excellency Sri Ramesh Bais Sir, Honorable Government of Maharashtra, for giving us an encouragement to CMA fraternity and students by agreeing to be with us as a chief guest on this occasion. I also thank Guest of Honor Manoj Kumar Tiwari ji, Director IIM Mumbai, for joining us in the celebration of International Management Accounting Day. I congratulate my colleague Neeraj Joshi and his team for organizing this wonderful program on navigating the new frontier management accounting in the era of real-time insights, sustainable growth, and cybersecurity on the occasion of International Management Accounting Day. Being the largest CMA bodies in the world, ICMI has been at the forefront of developing competent cost and management accounting professionals who play a key role in helping the business entities achieve the cost competitiveness, improve performance, efficiency, productivity, profitability, ensure sustainability, and enhance effective utilization of resources deployed by the organizations as a catalyst. As a member of ICMAI, we are part of global community committed to the excellence in management accounting practices. Today, we come together to reflect the pivotal role that management accountants play in the shaping the future of business, in driving innovation, fostering strategic decision making. Management accountants are the backbone of effective financial management within the organizations. We provide crucial support, insights through financial analysis, cost control, budgeting, and performance evaluation, enabling businesses to optimize the resources. As Manoj sir was saying, today's government is looking at us, all Indians, that Honorable Prime Minister has called upon every institution in every individual to move towards with a resolution for that every effort and act will be towards the Viksit Bharat. That means our aim should be only and only one, develop India. In this direction, as a president, I would like to share few things before you, because it is going to shape our future. As a key objective of Viksit Bharat, to enable every citizen to participate in the economy, and we CMS have a larger role to play. in the achieving this objective, ICMAI is with active support of all regions and chapters is organizing monthly programs throughout India on Viksit Bharat 2047 to churn out the new ideas and innovative and or disruptive ideas, and provide inputs for our ensuing 61st National Management Accounting Convention with the theme Viksit Bharat 2047, Synergizing Catalyst for Sankalp to Siddhi. And in this direction, we have collaborated with IIM Ahmedabad for evolving our strategy for reaching to the Viksit Bharat and Viksit ICMAI fraternity in 2047. The essence of management accountants serve as a strategic partners to businesses in their journey towards the achieving sustainable growth, innovation, prosperity, and by leveraging our expertise in financial management, strategic planning, and performance optimization, we play a crucial role in Viksit Bharat. And I would like to share with happy note that Finance Minister and Minister for Corporate Affairs, Mrs. Nirmala Sitharaman, has also emphasized that management accountants have to play a big role in Viksit Bharat. That was echoed by during her speech at Bangalore. On the occasion of International Management Accounting Day, it is essential to acknowledge the dedication and professionalism of management accountants worldwide. Our commitment to upholding the highest standards of ethics, integrity, and professionalism is commendable and serves as a guiding light for the profession. As we celebrate the International Management Accounting Day, let us reaffirm our commitment to advancing the field of management accounting, promoting the excellence practices, and nurturing the next generation of financial professionals, management professionals. Let us continue to collaborate, innovate, and drive positive changes within our organization and communities. We will be having our national convention on 27th to 29th of June at Statue of Unity, one of the biggest statue in the world. Let us have churn out our strategy there in the presence of the Sardar Patel, who was a great visionary and who was able to unite the India. At that venue, we are going to discuss about our strategies for 2047, and I take this opportunity to invite you at this national convention. Please do join us with your suggestions, ideas, and some new concepts which can drive our profession to the newer heights. Thank you, and let us continue to inspire excellence in management accounting. Happy International Management Accounting Day. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. As you have said that we are providing strong support to the industry as CMA. We are proud to say that you as a president are providing strong support to MAC also for all his endeavoring activities, and for that a small recognition, sir. I would like to request Veeras sir to just give a token of felicitation to President sir. And now is the time to hear from our Honorable Chief Guest, Shri Ramesh Bai Sir. So I request Sir to address us.
इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ कास्ट मैनेजमेंट अकाउंट ऑफ इंडिया ICMAI द्वारा राष्ट्रीय संगोष्ठी के कार्यक्रम में उपस्थित प्रोफेसर मनोज तिवारी जी, निदेशक IIM मुंबई, CMA असोनी दलवाटी अध्यक्ष ICMAI, CMA B नायक उपाध्यक्ष ICMAI, CMA नीरज जोशी अध्यक्ष MAC MCMAI, सभी सम्मानित सदस्य, छात्र छात्राएं, आज 6 मई अंतर्राष्ट्रीय मैनेजमेंट अकाउंटिंग दिवस है। इस खुशी के अवसर पर मैं ICMAI संस्थान के सभी सदस्यों और छात्रों को हार्दिक बधाई देता हूं, आपका अभिनंदन करता हूं। यह मेरे लिए भी खुशी की बात है कि आज के कार्यक्रम में मुझे आपके कार्यक्रम के बारे में जानने का अवसर मिला। हमारी औद्योगिक तथा आर्थिक विकास में आप सभी का योगदान असाधारण है। मुंबई को देश की अर्थव्यवस्था का ग्रोथ इंजन बनाने में भी आपकी भूमिका अहम है और इसलिए आप सभी हमारे अभिनंदन के पात्र हैं। मुझे खुशी हुई है कि इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ कास्ट अकाउंट्स ऑफ इंडिया द्वारा आयोजित आज रियल टाइम इंसाइट, सस्टेनेबल ग्रोथ और साइबर सिक्योरिटी इन विषयों पर चर्चा आयोजित की जा रही है। मुझे ज्ञात हुआ है कि इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ कास्ट अकाउंट्स ऑफ इंडिया एशिया की सबसे बड़ी और विश्व की दूसरी सबसे बड़ी मैनेजमेंट और अकाउंटिंग संस्था है। इसमें लगभग 6 लाख छात्र हैं और 1 लाख सदस्य हैं, जो देश भर में और वास्तव में पूरे विश्व में फैले हुए हैं। जैसा कि ज्ञात है, कास्ट अकाउंट्स प्रक्रियाओं की दक्षता बढ़ाने में, विशेष रूप से मैन्युफैक्चरिंग में और पूंजी उपयोग में महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभाते हैं। भारत दुनिया की तीसरी सबसे बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था बनने की आकांक्षा रखता है। इस उद्देश्य को प्राप्त करने में आपकी भूमिका और भी महत्वपूर्ण होगी। राज्य और केंद्र सरकार ने व्यापक व्यापार करने में आसानी, ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस बढ़ाने के लिए कई कदम उठाए हैं। कई बार मुझे विभिन्न देशों के राजदूत और वाणिज्य दूत राजभवन में आकर मिलते हैं। वे कहते हैं कि आज कई देश भारत के साथ व्यापार करने और व्यापार बढ़ाने को उत्सुक है। इसलिए व्यापार में आसानी को और भी सुधारने में आपकी भूमिका महत्वपूर्ण है। ICMAI ने न केवल भारतीय अर्थव्यवस्था में कास्टिंग को स्थापित किया है, बल्कि मैनेजमेंट अकाउंटिंग के विभिन्न तकनीकों को भी प्रसारित किया है। उद्योग के सभी क्षेत्र में CMA के सदस्य मैनेजमेंट अकाउंटिंग तकनीकों का उपयोग कर रहे हैं, ताकि व्यवसायियों के निर्णय लेने की प्रक्रिया में उच्चतम स्तर पर प्राप्त के लक्ष्य को साधा जा सके। जैसे जैसे हमारी अर्थव्यवस्था बढ़ती है, मुझे विश्वास है कि कास्ट और मैनेजमेंट अकाउंट्स की मांग बहुत तेजी से बढ़ेगी। छात्रों को न सिर्फ कॉर्पोरेट सेक्टर में बल्कि सरकारी संगठनों में भी सेवा के अवसर सृजित होंगे। कई राज्य सरकारें सार्वजनिक खर्चों और लागतों को तर्कसंगत बनाने का प्रयास कर रही है। मुझे विश्वास है कि आप सभी कास्ट कटौती की दक्षता बढ़ाने में उन्हें मदद कर सकते हैं। मैं देख रहा हूं कि आज इस सेमिनार के लिए कई छात्र मौजूद हैं। यह वाकई एक स्वागत योग्य है। यह विश्वास दिलाता है कि कास्ट और मैनेजमेंट अकाउंटिंग का भविष्य उज्जवल है। मुझे विश्वास है कि ICMAI के छात्र मैनेजमेंट अकाउंटिंग के क्षेत्र में नई और उभरती हुई रुझानों के बारे में सीखेंगे और हमारे देश के सभी वर्गों के विकास और कल्याण के लिए समर्पण के साथ सेवा करेंगे। AI एक ऐसा परिवर्तनकारी क्षेत्र है जो शिक्षा, स्वास्थ्य, देखभाल, मैन्युफैक्चरिंग, बैंकिंग, ग्राहक सेवा तथा अन्य व्यावसायिक क्षेत्रों के साथ साथ कास्ट और मैनेजमेंट अकाउंटिंग पर भी गहरा असर डालने जा रहा है। अभी मैं परसों न्यूज देख रहा था, न्यूज में बता रहे थे, सर्वे रिपोर्ट एक बता रहा था कि हम जब बैंकिंग के बारे में प्रधानमंत्री जी आह्वान किए कि नकदी अब लेन देन करने के बजाय हमको बैंक के माध्यम से करनी चाहिए, ई-बैंकिंग चालू किए, लोग काफी उत्साह के साथ काम किए। लेकिन मुझे परसों का जो रिपोर्ट में देखने को मिला, मुझे आश्चर्य हुआ कि लोग अब ये साइबर क्राइम के डर से अब बैंक से लेन देन करना कम कर रहे हैं। अब फिर से वो घरों में नकदी रखकर नकदी लेन देन करना शुरू कर दी है। यह हमारे लिए बहुत चिंता का विषय है। हर को लगता है कि मैं कौन सा मैसेज देखूं और क्लिक करूं, मेरा बैंक का अकाउंट खाली हो जाए। ये डर सबको है। अब इसलिए AI हमारे लिए जितना महत्वपूर्ण भविष्य के लिए है, उतना रिस्क भी है। और इसलिए हमारे देश में साइबर क्राइम के लिए हमें चिंतित होना चाहिए और उसके लिए काफी जोर देकर इसको कैसे हम साइबर क्राइम को रोक सकते हैं, इसके उपाय ढूंढना चाहिए। विशेषज्ञों का कहना है कि आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस ऑडिट और वित्तीय प्रक्रियाओं को बेहतर बनाने में मदद कर सकता है। प्रबंधन लेखाकारों और अन्य लोगों को लंबे और कठिन कार्यों पर खर्च होने वाले समय और धन को कम करने में सहायता कर सकता है। AI के उपयोग से महत्वपूर्ण वित्तीय प्रक्रियाओं में मानवीय त्रुटि, गलतियों की संभावना को कम करने में भी मदद मिल सकती है। आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस प्रबंधन लेखाकारों को रिपीटेटिव कार्यों को कम करने और प्रदान किए गए डेटा के आधार पर लगभग त्रुटि मुक्त जानकारी प्रदान करने में सहायता कर सकता है। आज प्रौद्योगिकी ने कई अवसर खोले हैं और जीवन शैली की मानकों को बढ़ावा दिया है, लेकिन साथ ही व्यापारों और सरकार पर साइबर हमलों के खतरों में वृद्धि हो रही है। साइबर सुरक्षा हमारे लिए उतनी ही महत्वपूर्ण है जितनी देश के भौगोलिक सीमाओं की सुरक्षा। मैनेजमेंट अकाउंट के लिए सुरक्षा जोखिमों को कम करने के प्रभावी और सस्ते प्रणालियों को विकसित करने की आवश्यकता है। इतिहास से ज्ञात होता है कि अनेक सदियों तक भारत को विश्व की आर्थिक महाशक्ति माना जाता था। हमारा देश विविध क्षेत्रों में अपने कौशल के लिए जाना जाता था। हाल के वर्षों में भारत अपने खोए हुए गौरव को पुनः प्राप्त करने के लिए गंभीर प्रयास कर रहा है। सरकार स्किलिंग, रीस्किलिंग और अपस्किलिंग के नए सिरे से जोर दे रही है। मैं कामना और आशा करता हूं कि ICMAI भारत में कौशल और उद्यमता विकास को प्रोत्साहित करेगा। जैसे जैसे देश डिजिटल हो रहा है, हमारे लोगों, विशेषकर हमारी युवा पीढ़ी के बीच वित्तीय साक्षरता को बढ़ावा देने की आवश्यकता है। इसमें भी ICMAI के सहयोग की अपेक्षा है। इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ मैं एक बार फिर आपको अंतर्राष्ट्रीय मैनेजमेंट अकाउंटिंग दिवस के अवसर पर बधाई देता हूं। मैं आपकी कास्ट और प्रबंधन लेखाकारों की बिरादरी को व्यापार और उद्योग और भारत के लोगों के लिए कई वर्षों तक समर्पित सेवा की शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। अभी इस सत्र के बाद आपका जो सत्र जो होगा वो महत्वपूर्ण होगा और उसमें जो भी निर्णय होगा मुझे विश्वास है कि आप लोग देश के हित में जो हो सकता है उसके बारे में आप गंभीरता से चर्चा करेंगे। इन्हीं बातों के साथ मैं अपनी बात समाप्त करता हूं। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद, जय महाराष्ट्र।
धन्यवाद ऑनरेबल गवर्नर सर, आपके शब्दों ने हमें बहुत ही प्रोत्साहित किया है और एज ए प्रोफेशनल रिप्रेजेंटेटिव आई एश्योर यू दैट विकसित भारत में हमारा जो भी योगदान रहेगा वो हम पूरा करेंगे। एंड विद दैट आई नाउ रिक्वेस्ट CMA Dr. Ashish Thatte sir, Central Council member, to deliver vote of thanks.
Respected Ramesh Bhai sir, Honorable Governor of Maharashtra, Professor Manoj Tiwari, Director IIM Mumbai, CMA Ashwin Dalwadi sir, President Institute of Cost Accountants of India, CMA B.B. Nayak sir, Vice President Institute of Cost Accountants of India, my friend in the council, CMA Neeraj Joshi, Chairman of Management Accounting Committee, all respected council members, former president members and students present here. Ramesh Bhai sir, we are very thankful to you for accepting our invitation here to be as a chief guest in our session. But I would like to tell you that Government of Maharashtra and the Institute of Cost Accountants of India has very long relations. So for example, I'll tell you that in the year 2003-2004, Institute's organ Western India Regional Council has conducted the survey and also done the fee fixation of various dental and medical colleges in Maharashtra. And I'm proud to say that during those years, many of the students has got a refund also of the fees by way of conducting this survey by the Institute of Cost Accountants of India. Besides that, after that, many of the government organs, Government of Maharashtra organs has established the Shikshan Shulka Samitis, and many of our CMAs, I'm proud to say that many of our CMAs are working on that Shikshan Shulka Samiti or a price fixation committee which is there. I would also like to tell you, sir, that when there was COVID, there were a lot of issues of prices of N70 masks. So many of our members like Kulkarni sir has helped the Government of Maharashtra to reduce the cost of N70 masks. So of course that is what is we have helped Government of Maharashtra in the past as well. As far as my memory goes, that Khadi and Gramodyog Bhavan Maharashtra region has also taken some consulting from the Institute of Cost Accountants of India to fix the prices of the Khadi and Gramodyog products which are produced, which is helpful and affordable to common people. Besides that, I remember that Pune chapter has done the costing by using cost and management techniques, the costing of products produced in the Yerawada jail, so that the products produced in the jail are also available to the people of Maharashtra at affordable prices. And I am also happy to inform you, sir, that the Institute is working through its Certificate in Accounting Technician Committee closely with Government of Maharashtra to improve the skills of the youths of Maharashtra. So, Institute has very long relation with Government of Maharashtra, and as a representative of Government of Maharashtra, today you have accepted our invitation as a chief guest. We are very, very thankful to you, Ramesh Bhai sir, for accepting. Sir, as we have relations with Government of Maharashtra, we have relations with the IIMs also. So thankful to IIM and the IIM Mumbai director, Professor Manoj Tiwari sir, for being here.
I'll just end up with one small thought which is there, which says that Ano Badraha Kadravo Yantu Vishwastaha. So that is, let all the noble thoughts comes to us from all the ways. So with this, I am thankful to all the dignitaries on the dais for today's session. Thank you so much.
With this, we conclude our inaugural session, and I would like all of you to stand up and give a standing ovation to our Honorable Governor Sir today, Chief Guest and Chief Guest of Honor, Professor Tiwari Sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you for gracing the dais, sir.
I, CA Supriya Tambe, welcome you all to the first session of the day, which is on management accounting, cybersecurity, and sustainable value creation. In a perpetually connected world, cybersecurity risks have grown exponentially. The recent cyber attacks faced by the government websites and corporate information systems have highlighted the vulnerabilities of the business processes and the threats to business continuity. The deep divide between the haves and have-nots, the lure of a quick buck, and unrealistic high expectations of the youth have attracted many talented youngsters into the world of dark net. While dealing with increasing use of IoT, AI, ERP, work from anywhere models that provide flexibility to the organization, the benefits have to be weighted against the cost of risk mitigation in the area of cybersecurity. Security risk management makes business growth more stable and sustainable. Similarly, sustaining business growth is a challenge in the era of disruptive technological changes, climate uncertainties, and geopolitical volatility. The balance between planet, people, and profits is dynamic. The interrelations between these elements of business are ever-changing in nature. What happened to make business sense yesterday may appear to be self-destructive today. For example, making plastic wrapping material is a very profitable venture in the manufactured goods and processed foods packaging business till date. It is now going through the scanner of governments and social organizations for its harmful effects on health and environment. As a result, investors are shying away in anticipation of greater regulations and lower profitability. They are now considering the use of alternative materials to combat climate and health hazards. Strategic sustainability action give the organization advantage of adaptability. With this small introduction, let us begin our session. Now I request CMA Manoj Anand Sir, Chairman of the session, to come on the dais.
Welcome everyone to our first technical session on Management Accounting Day. Today we are diving deep into the exciting theme of navigating the new frontier, management accounting in the era of real-time insights, sustainable growth and cyber security. A big thank you to CMA Neeraj Joshi, Chairman of the Management Accounting Committee, who had painstakingly organized the event in a very coordinated manner, and a big kudos to his organizational skills for making this houseful event, and to CMA Asin Dalwadi, President of ICMI, who with his leadership qualities has led the council with aplomb, along with CMA BB Naik, Vice President of ISMN, for his invaluable guidance and support. My special thanks to dynamic CMA MK Anand, Chairman of this session, along with CMA Chittaranjan Chattopadhyay, Council members, who graciously summarizing the session later. We also have the gracious presence of CMA Binay Sir, Council member, for his kind presence at the session, and thanks the entire council for their kind presence. We also thanks to our mentor DV Joshi sir, Amit Apte sir, Sanjay Bhargave sir, and also Papan sir. Our first technical session focuses on management accounting and cybersecurity and sustainable value creation.
We are honored to have two technical experts like C. Suresh sir and CMA Robi sir with us. Thank you, sir. In today's digital age, it is crucial to ensure robust security measures to safeguard our system. As management accountants, we must augment our efforts with the expertise of cyber professionals to ensure our system is fortified, thus safeguarding it against external adversities. Additionally, we aim to foster a sustainable growth by judiciously implementing the policies, procedures so that it will not only yield fruits but also will provide us with long-term benefits. Artificial intelligence is another impactful space which will affect management accounting. The technology will enable ease of doing business and are providing enough impetus to CMS to leverage and harmonize such technology for the growth and betterment of the India and society. You, as a leading professionals, have to look deeply into the ethical aspects of AI and its use as a tool for management accounting. Technology has enabled our life in a better way with a cross current of cyber attacks as a side effect which can cause enormous loss to the private and public infrastructure. The cyber security can damage the perpetuity of any business, and as management accountant, we have to develop effective and affordable systems to mitigate such an aberration. CMS and technology experts can collaborate to arrest such anomalies and bring a comprehensive firewall against such threats. Management accounting empowers better making by providing comprehensive understanding of the holistic picture through the implementation of proper tools and techniques which will enhance the organization performance. We, as management accountant, strive to champion best practice for optimal resource utilization in harmony with the environment. I am excited for our experts to shed light on these critical issues, making our session dynamic and full of valuable insights. Let us make today the 6th May memorable and impactful. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Goswami sir. It is my pleasure to give brief introduction of our today's esteemed speakers. Our first speaker, Suresh Vishwanathan sir, is a fellow member of the Institute of Company Secretaries of India and a certified associate of the Indian Institute of Banking and Finance. Before becoming an entrepreneur and GRC, that is Governance, Compliance and Risk Advisor in 2013, he had held senior positions in various large corporate business groups spread over several market intermediaries in the BFSI sector and non-banking sector. He was also an investment banker for 15 years and has handled 100-odd IPOs in various capacities, including that of a lead manager. He has also handled several mergers and business acquisitions. Suresh sir has published several research articles on capital markets, regulatory compliances, company law, etc. in leading professional magazines and businesses dailies like Charter Secretary, Economic Times and Hindu Businessman. He has also authored 2 books, one on Indian cyber law and the other on Indian competition law. He has promoted a startup company, Finteglaw Business Integrators Private Limited, that owns SMEdeals.com, a portal for business acquisitions. The portal also facilitates acquisition of intellectual properties, unlisted securities and franchising. Suresh sir is also the founder, director and chief consultant of Finteglaw Knowledge Solutions Private Limited, a consulting company engaged mainly in advisory and automation of GRC processes and systems, administration of corporate laws and investment banking. He is also a designated partner of SVVS and Associates Company Secretaries LLP, having branches in Mumbai, Chennai, Delhi, Hyderabad, and engaged in secretarial and compliance audits, M&A, appearance before SAT and NCLT. A very warm welcome to you, Suresh Vishwanathan, sir. I request Manoj Anand, sir, Chairman of the session, to felicitate Suresh Vishwanathan, sir. Our second speaker, Ravi Kumar Ramchandran sir, is a fellow member of the Institute of Cost Account of India, having more than 30 years of industry experience comprising finance and accounting, governance, risk and compliance, cybersecurity, and internal and technology auditing, and having worked as CISO and CRO. He is currently having his own practice in cybersecurity consulting and technology auditing. He is a postgraduate in commerce from Madras University, and in addition has MS CFA and MBA in IT from ICFI University. Ravi Kumar sir has advanced diploma in management accounting from CIML London. He is highly certified in cybersecurity, fraud risk management, ITIL practices and auditing. He has more than 35 publications on his specialization, including artificial intelligence, quantum computing, big data analytics, blockchain technology, and evolving cybersecurity and SDLC practices. He is an agile practitioner and professional scrum master. A very warm welcome to you, Ravi Kumar Ramchandran, sir. I request CMA Manoj Anand, sir, Chairman of the session, to felicitate Ravi Kumar Ramchandran, sir. Now I request CMA Arindam Goswami sir to felicitate CMA Manoj Anand, Chairman of the session. Now I request CMA Nagesh Bhagne, Chairman Pune Chapter, to felicitate CMA Chittaranjan Chattopadhyay. Request CMA Amruta Vyas, Secretary Vadodara Chapter, to felicitate CMA Vijay Ranjan sir. Now I request CMA Manoj Anand sir to take the session forward.
Audience, my council colleague, Raman sir, and dear management accountants. You see, the theme chosen for today, that now we are graduating from cost to management accounting, is something very interesting. I'm sure the learned speakers will be providing a very good insight into this area. I just want to share one or two thoughts over here, because in the inaugural session, we were speaking about real-time management and cybersecurity and sustainability, basically. So real time cannot happen unless we have some initial strategy. So we have some long-term strategy, and then we have middle-term strategy, and then we have today's strategy, and then only real time will happen. So for that, my professionals, my institute's professionals, namely cost and management accountants, will provide the systems which will give us a longer strategy, and then today's situation, and then a real-time scenario. I was just wondering, this cyber security, I am sure Ramachandran sir will be guiding us on that. But one point which our country and which we as individual professionals perhaps is missing, that we are unable to think ahead basically. Cyber security now we are feeling is a big threat, and even Honorable Governor also mentioned that now we are shifting from such a easy mechanism of UPI or Paytm again back to cash. I remember I attended a course in Canada from Government of India side as early as in 2012, where Canadian governmental people felt that cyber crime and cyber security is going to be one of the biggest challenges in the coming forward. So now we are in 2024. So what I want to say here, that we should also think ahead. We should also, as management accountant, think, let us say, 5 years down the line as to what is going to happen, and then we can prepare our industry, and then we can prepare our institute that these are the things what are going to happen, and then let us try working out for the strategies for this. I'm sure all of us will be heavily benefited by the very rich experience of Vishwanathan ji, of his areas which he has tremendous exposure in the IPOs and in the company's situations. So looking forward to hear from both of them, and I'm sure my very learned and dear colleague Chitranjan sir will be in a position to conclude it for all of us, and Vinay sir also will be in a position to guide us in this. Sir, I leave to you who goes first. Who goes first? Welcome, sir.
Thank you so much. I'm grateful to the Institute of Cost Accountants of India and the Management Committee and Dr. Ganguly and also Dr. Ranjit Krishnan to have invited me to this august occasion, and I pronounce to all of you. With your permission. Thank you. Very good morning to all of you. The topic that has been given to me is management accounting and sustainable value creation, and the contribution of management accountants to the concept of sustainability, and how best it can be achieved. And also I would like to touch upon some of the basics of our ancient traditions, where this concept of sustainability has been ingrained into our ancient traditions, and how we have forgotten it, and we need the West or the UN to come and tell us that sustainability is important to this survival of the whole world. So just to tell you what is sustainability, there are basically 2-3 components. As our Honorable Prime Minister had said, making sustainability a mass movement will help the world reach the net zero target faster. Our vision is pro-planet progress, our vision is pro-planet prosperity, and our vision is pro-planet people. So with this background, let me just start off with my insights, my thoughts. You would have heard of the concept of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, which our Prime Minister would have been, you would have heard him quote in various occasions. And basically, it says that the world is our home. But if you look at the whole concept, it is a part of Mahopanishad, where it says, Ayam Bandhurayam Nedi Ganana Laghuchetasam Udara Charitanam tu Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. Means the mean-minded will think of himself and he'll think of his own family and his friends. Whereas the broad-minded will think of the whole world and the whole universe as a family where he has to live and where he has to support others living. So this is the whole concept of sustainability. And there is a anecdote in our ancient scriptures where it says Lord Brahma gave a dinner to both Asuras and Devas, and the only condition is that you can eat whatever you want but without folding your elbows. The Asuras got frustrated because they couldn't take anything from the plate and they couldn't eat it, whereas the Devas did finish the whole thing. How did they do? One person fed the other person without bending the elbow. So that is how they achieved this target. So if you think of yourself, sustainability is not going to happen. If you think of the whole world as a place for all of us to live in, then sustainability can be achieved. Now, the three basic pillars are environment, governance, and socio-economic order. Now, if you talk of environments, preservation of nature, preservation of natural resources, adoption of eco-friendly production processes, then if you talk of socio-economic order, serving social needs, economic sustenance, contribution to local and global economy, and if you talk of governance, protecting the stakeholders' interest, regulatory, legal, and statutory compliance. When you talk of statutory compliance, I'm just reminded of one thing. There is something called a concept called yam and niyam. The word niyam has come from yam because yam is what? We all talk of Yamraj. Yamraj is not the actual Yamraj that we foresee. Yam is time. So that is why he is called Kal. Kal is time. So the whole universe is based on certain rules. The earth rotates, the sun rotates, the planets rotate, the whole universe rotates at clockwork's precision. Even the clock is derived out of that precision. Now, a 1 second mismatch here and there, you know what sort of catastrophe it can happen, it can cause. So, the concept of niyam is very important, and that is why laws are important, and that is why our own code of conduct is important, and that's why governance is important. Now coming then another thing is risk management. Risk management is also part of the whole governance process, and the risk mitigation mechanism and the capability to address risks are also equally important. Now coming to preservation of nature, biodiversity, conservation, regenerative agriculture, then renewable energy, green building and infrastructure, which has been given a huge thrust in India, and water conservation and digital technologies. Preservation of nature is and the sustainability trends encompass a wide range of initiatives and practices aimed at conserving natural resources, protecting ecosystems, mitigating environmental impacts, and promoting ecological balance. So these are the primary, divisions of the concept of preservation of nature. Now coming to protecting the stakeholders' interest, which is basically governance, materiality assessment, where any practice that you adopt, whether it is going to be material and how it is going to impact the socio-economic or any of the other pillars need to be considered while embarking on a new project. Stakeholder inclusivity, right from supply chain. If you want to get success in sustainability concepts and implementation of those concepts, it is important that the entire supply chain, and in a manufacturing process or even a service process, the entire supply chain is important. For example, vegan. If you take a vegan food, they are very particular. They will not use leather products. They will not use any animal product. They will not even use honey. But it's not only vegetarian. So they go to the end use or the manufacturing of that product and ensure that they don't consume it. This is a vegan concept. So similarly, when you start a sustainability as a norm, which is going to happen in the next couple of decades, it will become mandatory and it will become compulsory. Even funding will be based on your sustainability compliances. Now, if you look at those concepts, the supply chain has to be implemented, and supply chain has also to be compliant with sustainability norms. Now, ethical practices is another pillar. Long-term value creation. It is not short-term. I have some case studies which says that long-term value creation is more important than short-term successes. Collaboration and partnerships, and accountability and reporting, which is also very important. Being management accountants, I don't have to carry coal to Newcastle. You are better aware of the concepts of accounting and reporting. So I'm not going into detail on those aspects. Now, serving the social needs. By integrating social needs into our sustainability strategies and practices, the organizations can contribute to building more resilient, inclusive. When I talk of resilient, it comprises of disaster management also. Inclusive, thriving communities while achieving environment sustainability. Now, poverty alleviation is one of the major factor which is to be considered. Health and well-being. Cultural preservation, where we need to respect our traditions, preserve it and try to propagate it. And social impact assessment, disaster response, and advocacy and policy influence. These are all equally important in conserving sustainability, in maintaining sustainability and the social aspect of that. Now, what is sustainable development? There is a small video.
This September, 193 countries will meet at the UN to adopt new global goals. These 17 goals provide a roadmap that will help the world achieve sustainable development. But what exactly is sustainable development, and how does it affect us? Sustainable development is development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. But what does that mean? Everyone understands the need to grow their economies, but not everyone takes into account the negatives that unbalanced economic growth can have on the environment and on people's well-being. It's time to change that by looking at the world in a different way. The Sustainable Development Goals will help us to do that. Sustainable development is about the big picture. It's about improving the lives of everyone, everywhere, and achieving all these things together. But it's also about the details. That means we want economies to grow, companies to thrive, and people to have decent work. We want to create new, innovative technologies, but not by harming the environment. We want everyone to have access to nutritious food regardless of where they live. We want affordable and quality education for everybody, not just a few. We want freedom of speech, but we don't want that to mean violence. But how can we achieve all of this, and where do we even start? Well, the 17 goals will mean member states alongside civil society stakeholders and major groups will be working together for the next 15 years, looking at ways we can do business differently so that everyone gains. With these 17 global goals as our guide, we can achieve sustainable development and live in a world where people and planet benefit. But we have to act now. This is the time for global action. To find out how you can get involved and learn more about the goals, go to www.un.org/sustainable development.
This is a video published by the UN, and there are no copyrights attached to it, so that's why I took the liberty to make it part of my presentation. It was talking about 17 points for sustainable development. They are just to highlight that: no poverty, zero hunger, good health and well-being, quality education, gender equality, clean water sanitation, affordable clean energy, decent work and economic growth, industry, innovation and infrastructure, reduced inequality, sustainable cities and communities, responsible consumption and production, climate action, life below water, life on land, peace, justice and strong institutions, partnership for the goals. So if you look at the recent trends in the government and the various projects that have been announced by the government of India, you will find that these are the 17 principles are the guiding force behind many schemes which have been announced by the government. Now, it's sad that somebody else has to come and teach us about sustainability. I just wanted to dwell upon 2-3 points where on our daily prayers and on our daily practices, we actually knowingly or unknowingly have this concept of sustainability. Just wanted to take you through that. This is part of our daily Sandhya Vandanam. Sandhya is actually a transition of a time from morning to day and day to night. So, and also there is at noon is also called a Sandhya. So at that time we just invoke the Panchabhutas in the sense that sky, water, Agni, Prithvi, and so on. So these are the elements of our life. Our body is made of Panchabhuta, and after our death, each element goes and mixes with the original element of the Panchabhuta. So this is the concept in which our whole life cycle is structured. Apohishta mayo bhuva tanavurje dadharana maherana chakshase yo vashivata morasastasya bhajayatehana. So this is, it goes on. It says that, oh water, you are precious. The atmosphere is so refreshing and imparts us vigor and strength. So we worship water at the beginning. Now we worship sun, which is the ultimate source of energy. This is actually part of Rigveda. Mitrasya charshani dhrado shavo devasya sanasim satyam chitra sharvastamam mitro janan yatagati prajan mitro dhadar pradhavim udadyam mitra krishtir anusha bhijashte satyaya havyam gharavad videma prasa mitra marto astu prayaswan yasta aditya shikshadi bradena nahanyade najiyade toto nainamakho ashnu tantido nagura. So what this says is that, O sun, we propitiate you, and whoever worships you will be protected. So we surrender to the ultimate energy of the sun, and that is why. And also it says that the farmers who toil day and night will be blessed by you. That is what it says. Now Kautilya, who is the author of Arthashastra, has got certain maxims. Now dharmo rakshati rakshita means whoever protects dharma will be protected. Now yatra naryastu pujyante ramante tatra devata means wherever ladies are respected, there will be prosperity. This is why the Prime Minister has been promoting Nari Shakti throughout India, and this is also a concept which is part of Dharma Shastra. And the strategic planning, again Kautilya says, neither bhavati gadar dharmas tasman neither niyojaye, which means strategy is the path of righteousness. Therefore, strategy must be formulated, especially for business. Now, coming to innovation and adoption, yatra nasti yukti kriyas tatra nasti vikriyacha, means yukti is logic, which will lead to innovation, which will lead to thinking, and all these things, if it is absent, you are dead. This is what it says. Now, coming to management accountant's role, there are a lot of areas where value adds can be provided by management accountants. It includes strategic planning. I'm sure Mr. Ramchandran will be going to add more into it. Strategic planning, integrating sustainability goals into company's overall business strategy, assessing the risks and opportunities associated with the environmental and social factors in a business cycle, cost analysis of sustainable practices, cost analysis of financial feasibility of implementing sustainable practices such as renewable energy usage, waste reduction, and eco-friendly production methods, and life cycle costing. This is a new concept according to me. I am not an expert on costing, but life cycle costing, it does a costing exercise on the entire life of an asset, which will include the operating cost, the fuel consumption, and also the residual value, and evaluate the total cost of ownership of such assets and products, and considering the environmental impact which an asset will create on its life cycle on the environment. This helps making informed decisions about the resource allocation and investment on sustainable technologies. Now, supply chain analysis, it is going to be a new concept. Many companies, large companies like Mahindra's and Wipro and so many other companies have implemented this in letter and spirit, and analyze the sustainability performance of suppliers, partners, and other associates who work along with you, and identifying opportunities for collaboration and improvement throughout the supply chain. Financial reporting is another major area where CMAs can contribute. Transparent and accurate reporting of sustainability initiatives in financial statements and annual reports. This information is valuable for investors, stakeholders. Again, it plays a governance part in that. stakeholders and regulatory bodies interested in the company's environment and social impact. I'm sure in the next coming decades, company will be assessed, its standing will be evaluated based on your initiatives on sustainability. Performance measurement and reporting, development of cost analysis and key parameters, key performance indices related to sustainability metrics like carbon footprint, water usage and waste generation. Tracking these KPIs helps in monitoring the company's progress towards sustainability goals and identifying areas for improvements. I'm sure many of you might have already been practicing this in your area of practice or in your employment. Now, value adds in terms of compliance, which is an area which is close to my heart. Compliance with laws, ensuring that the company complies with environment and social laws and other standards. A lot of standards are being developed. Abroad, there are institutes which provide standards. In India also, this concept has picked up. Risk analysis of risks associated with non-compliance with various sustainability norms and address such risks. Internal controls, create internal controls and mechanisms and systems and processes to address various sustainability issues. Now, sustainability standards, you can have your own standards adopted, or maybe the institute can also come out with certain standards on sustainability, and this can be implemented, like in the case of secretarial standards and accounting standards. The sustainability standards also will be prescribed in due course. Then disclosures. Provide and install transparent reporting mechanisms to the board of directors, various business stakeholders and regulatory and other authorities. Now, sustainability compliance, there is how to do a risk spectrum analysis is that we need to convert the whole risk spectrum into 3 areas of severity, probability and detectability, which will have 3 grades, red, amber and green. As you know, we are all accountants. And based on the severity or the remoteness or the absolute certainty of certain risks materializing, you need to do an analysis and ensure whether this risk is acceptable. Once it is acceptable, then you close the work and then get it documented. If it is not acceptable, you have to work on remediation measures. Remediation measures of that will involve a cost of compliance also, especially for cost accountants. The cost of compliance is a matter of concern, and the cost needs to be worked out at an optimum cost. The remediation measures have to be worked out, and the risk should be reassessed. After reassessing the risk, if it is comfortable, you stop it. Otherwise, you repeat the spectrum analysis again. This is how systems are made and policies are made, and implementation of policies, everything depends on this cycle. Now, everyone talks of, even SEBI has mandated top 1,000 companies to follow, top 500 companies to fall in line with sustainability reporting, and it forms part of their annual reports, and there is a certification required by qualified professionals. Now, has anyone thought whether what will be the contribution of these 500 or 1,000 companies to the GDP? At a macro level, they will be minuscule. Now, MSMEs in India, they contribute around 30% of the GDP, and the concept of sustainability, I feel, is very important to be driven into the whole processes, business processes, and also into the mindset of MSMEs. Now, MSME contribution to the economy, they have, if you look at Udyam registration, 2.1 crore registration, there are actually 13 crore MSMEs all put together in the unorganized sector, but this is what is reported. And 30% of the GDP is contributed by these MSMEs, and 14 crore manpower is being employed by these. This again is the reported one. There will be a lot of other manpower which are not reported, because many of the MSMEs form part of the unorganized sector. And 44% share in the MSMEs contribute to exports. So this is a huge, if you look at China, they have 60% of their GDP contributed by MSMEs. So they look at their growth rate in the past. Now we are better than them, but if you want to catch up with them, the MSMEs have to be propagated in a big way. And when MSMEs are propagated, they are less regulated, and there are a lot of chances that sustainability conceptual violations will be rampant in this sector, and we need to highlight these to the MSME. That is why it is very important. Now, if you look at India as a whole, the grey area, it's not the grey area which normally we talk of. It is in the map I am talking about. Maharashtra leads, and UP is fast catching up, and Tamil Nadu is also fast catching up. Other areas are picking up slowly in terms of MSME contribution to the economy. Now, Brazil 30%, China 60%, Russia 22%, South Africa 40%, Germany 48%, Japan 50%, and Singapore 44%, and USA is also 44% of their economy is being contributed by SMEs. Now, you need to break the barrier. The SMEs need to break the barrier to achieve sustainability. I just want to give you one or two case studies, provided time. How much time do I have? Okay. So I'll quickly finish. I'll give one case study. I'll not go into the details. You might have heard of Hasmukh Thakurdas Parekh. He was the founder of HDFC. Now, he started his career as a stockbroker, and he joined ICICI. At that time, it was ICICI, not a bank. And he joined as a DGM and retired as chairman. At the age of 66, he started HDFC, which was a housing finance company. And he found that there is a niche area in housing finance which normal banks are not able to cater to. And the whole society, including the regulators and including Dr. Manmohan Singh, who was the finance secretary at that point of time, were very, very skeptical about the success of this venture. But he withstood all that, he broke the barriers, and he started HDFC as a small housing finance institution, and now you know where it is. HDFC Bank is. It is even bigger than ICICI. Now, because of time constraints, I'll skip these. Now, why sustainability is important to MSMEs is because adoption and implementation of sustainability measures, as I already highlighted, will be costly for them, and they may not be able to adopt technologies and market changes, adopt ideal green business models, develop innovative strategies, adhere to strict emission and pollution norms, and so on and so forth. So this is why it is very important. So we need to educate MSMEs, we need to give a platform for them, and also give facilities and also the necessary funding to adopt these technologies, these concepts in their production and manufacturing processes. Now, for that, globally, OECD has started a lot of initiatives. In India, SIDBI has a lot of schemes which are green schemes, and green initiatives by SIDBI is available. Future trends, I just wanted you to listen to what our Prime Minister has to say. No, it's not working. Okay. Can someone help? I didn't want you to skip this. Just hardly 30 seconds.
Friends, the way ahead is all about innovation and openness. At every level, let us encourage innovators focusing on the sustainable development. Technology can be a great supporter to achieve this. When tradition and technology meet, the vision of life will be taken further. I especially urge those in the academic world, researchers, and our dynamic startups to think about this. Their youthful energy is exactly what the world needs at this crucial time. We should also be open to sharing our best practices with others and learning from the successful practices of others.
We have already discussed this: renewable energy adoption, eco-friendly packaging, and water management techniques. Circular economy practices is also a very important thing, where usage of the waste products, recycling of water, and so many other things form part of it. Biodiversity conservation and techno-driven solutions like blockchain I'm sure our next speaker will be touching on blockchain. It has got immense potential as far as sustainability is concerned. I'm sure he'll give a lot of ideas into that. That's why at the beginning I said there have been a lot of schemes launched by the government which will promote sustainability, including solar energy to building eco-friendly residences and buildings and so on and so forth. There are a lot of schemes, a lot of programs which have been launched by the government. We have sovereign green bonds which has been issued by the government. 16,000 crores were mobilized last year, and the target for this year is 20,000 crore. Now, if you look at the global investment pattern, importance is given to sustainability compliant assets, industries where investments are coming. You look at the dark blue side, it is going on increasing. So the preference is to shift to sustainability compliant institutions, and if you need funding in future, you will have to be compliant. The bilateral benefits, branding, the collateral benefits rather, branding, differentiation and customer loyalty, investor confidence, talent attraction and retention, market opportunities, attracting green funding, long-term economic growth and cost optimization. So these are the lateral benefits that any institution will derive by adopting sustainability norms. That's it. Thank you so much.
Our board is doing a great job. Our Dr. Khatte is heading that board, so we are working on that. Thank you very much for a very elaborate presentation. I'll now request Ramachandran sir for his presentation, and time is anywhere between 15 to 20 minutes. I'm sorry for that because we are already running late.
Okay, sir.
But up to you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Sorry guys, I'm the villain actually. Presenting on cybersecurity also, and we'll deliver the lunch. Okay. So many thanks to the Institute, top management, executive management of Institute for giving me this opportunity. Today is a very emotional day for me, very quickly I can say, because on 5th September 1991, I got my final pass result. Okay. And thereafter, today we are getting a memento of ICWI. Okay. We call it affectionately ICWI only always during those days. So we call it. We all know, I was working in as a accommodation clerk in Bombay Airport. Okay, our account service is very strict. He will say every day we'll go, sir, we want leave for ICW exam. He will say, you guys go for leave, but never tell me the result, what's happened there. Okay, every June and December you guys happily take leave. Okay, so this time we caught. Hey, result has come today. Get me all the hall tickets. Along with me 6 fellows were there. Everybody escaped, sir. I am coming from Kurla, I am coming from Kolaba. He looked at me, Ravi, you are from Bombay Airport colony nearby. Please go and get the hall ticket. Sir, this is office time. You get it now, he shouted. So I went to the home, got my hall ticket and went back with a trembling fingers. Sir, he looked at that and he looked at me very angrily like this. I mean, his face also will look like that Golmaal movie where Amol Palagar will report to one fellow. What's his name, sir? He will almost look that fellow. He is a Malayali, but Karnagaran. He said, Ravi, you passed, man, he shouted. That's it, I broke down. I should say that it was a very, very happy moment, and I'm extremely thankful for calling me again, sir. So, my topics is this way. See, these are the various topics it is. Threats to management accounting and opportunities to management accounting. These are the two areas which I try to cover now. Sir, one key concept I want to share here, out of my 30 years of experience, or 34 rather. Being a management accountant gives you an undue advantage over others. This is a truth I want to share with you. Second, I never competed with chartered accountants, never competed with company secretaries. See, my dream was to do IIM. At that time, everybody will join Boston Consulting Group. Okay. I was not able to go because of my family circumstances. So, my competition is with IIM consultant. When an IIM and me is standing there, my CEO should call for me, not that I am there. So I always used management accounting for whatever job I did and used it as a tool. Till date, I don't have a COP, but as a consultant, I use management accounting voraciously and get paid very well. And my only target is this, very simple, right from 91. I never look for promotions, but when a CEO walks along my table, he should stand at my table or he should call for, where is Ravi? I don't want designations and promotions because there you require power management. I'm very poor in power management, but I'm good in knowledge management. So I only aspire that, and I should say again, being a management accountant gives you undue advantage over others. It's up to you how to use it on your domain. Okay. See, what is a cybersecurity threat? Okay. It's a simple definition. When there is a challenge against any of these three axioms, then only there is a cybersecurity threat. Okay. Either your confidential nature of the data is compromised or your integrity of the data. Accuracy here it is relational, not absolute accuracy. Means I am sending an inaccurate data to send to you. Somebody has seen it and hacked it and compromised it. So it is integrity is a problem. Availability. Very simple. In Hindi movie you see this scenario. Heroine is not available to villain. So what you will think? She should not be available even to the hero. So simple. So you crash the technology so that it is not available to anybody. But this is a very famous attack, the third one. Threat is for every data. It is not only for management accounting data. All the data is in the ocean and the threat is staring at you. So these are the various management accounting data. Okay, to name a few. Who is attacking you? Cyber criminals. Today morning, there are many people spoke about that. Okay, it's a flourishing profession. Cyber criminals. Okay, you be a cyber criminal and you get paid very well. Industry competitors, foreign all this. Hackers, those who are interested in computer science. Hacktivists, those who do hacking for the sake of, they have a cause. Say for example, Russia will decide to hack US. These are all okay. Even Bangladesh tried with India, Pakistan tries with India. And employees, disgruntled employees. Now attack capabilities. See, if I want to purchase a gun and take a license, I have to go through a long way in India at least, not in foreign country. But here, commodity capabilities are freely available in internet. And I can create my own capability. Creation of malicious code, trust me, it requires a lot of computerized knowledge. Because your program should be so small. Program should be so small and malicious. It should have the payload within 2-3 lines. Untargeted attacks. These are general attacks. We'll keep a landmine. Whoever is standing on it will die. Now phishing is very famous. Often you get a mail with a URL. Your simple advice to me is don't click any URL which is not known to you. If you click the URL, your job is done. All your credentials will pass on to the hacker. Cross-site scripting. Okay, and keep on sending mails. You are not touching it. Okay, you come to this web page. There will be some scripts will be there, Java scripts, which you will click on again. Once again, it will do the same damage. Ransomware. I will simply hack your system, and unless you pay money, I will not release it. And what is it money? It is cryptocurrency. So cryptocurrency is the money of hackers. Now we understood the reason why Reserve Bank is not allowing cryptocurrency. Okay. See, as a family, all of us would like to go to good restaurants. Yeah? A great restaurant. But you come to know that restaurant is coming, underworld dons or thieves are coming. Will you go there? So Reserve Bank doesn't want you to handle cryptocurrency because of this reason. Scanning. Generally scan all the websites. Is there any weak website? That way. So, targeted attack. I know the president of institute is here. Okay. So I will send a correct email to him to get some information from him. Deploying a botnet, robot. How will I deploy? To give a DDoS attack, distributed denial of service attack. cross-site shifting forgery. Both I will explain now in detail quickly. So this is all, this is entire picture. Okay. What is so important about this picture? During 2018-19, entire PSU banks in India have been facing DDoS attack continuously, and Reserve Bank was up in arms like an army general. Hey, get this done, get this done. How this happens? Very simple. Many PCs, that is, these are all called zombies. See, I will mesmerize some 100 of you here. Okay, so you are under my control. Then I will tell you, all of you, go and attack one individual. Got it, no? That is all it is. So I will keep a malware in hundreds of machines, and later on those machines will report to me. I will tell them, go and attack this machine. This will happen globally, so you cannot find the IP address. So the last is a victim, the server will crash. Now what is a remedial measure? DDoS attack is like a flood. When a lot of water is coming, what you have to do? In Mumbai, 2005, July 26, you cannot forget the date. Internet crashed for India because Mumbai was flooded. Okay, we all stayed at office only. So there will be drains will be done. Sorry. There will be a lot of drains will be created so that the extra water gets flooded. So there will be a load balancer where your extra IPs will get reversed. So the system will function again. Cross-site request forgery. This is very important. I have a simple resolve to you, all of you. When you deal with internet banking, two conditions you need to follow. You need to use your own laptop, number one. You should not go to internet cafe and do an internet banking transaction. Second, when you are doing an internet banking transaction, you should close all the applications. No other application should be open. Third, you should not entertain any call or any email coming from bank. In fact, bank always says, we never call you, we never communicate with you. And all your KYC data, you better walk to the bank and get it done. Never do it through internet. And no banker will dare call you. You will be dismissed by RBI. As a banker, I will never call you. Please come and give your KYC through telephone. No, it is banned. So here, if you see, very simple. This is entire technical jargon. I will explain to you in a simple terms. I just take away your checkbook, take a check leaf, put your signature on it, and give it to the bank and get the money. But how it happens? Unless I get your check leaf, is it possible? Not possible. So when this man is logged into the bank, as a hacker, I am watching how to steal that session. So I'll send a URL to him. He will connect with me without knowing. He will click that URL. Once he clicks that URL, I get that session, the same authority like him. Then I can do whatever I want. This is known as cross-site request forgery. The word forgery explains to you that the person forges the original person's signature in technology, digital signature. So virus and worm. All of us heard about virus and worm. What is the difference between virus and worm? Virus, until you touch your hand, you give your response to it, it cannot become malicious. While worm, automatically it can do. All international wars happens through worm. Stuxnet worm is a very, very famous worm used by Russia against other countries. Okay. Reportedly, some Iranian women were involved. Creation of a worm itself requires a lot of knowledge in computer science. But that is very interesting. But if you have a strong anti-malware, these things can be avoided. Trojans and logic bomb. All of us love to play games. All of us love to see videos in our laptop, in our computer, keep watching videos, songs and all. But do you know that all the apps will be stealing your bank credentials? And later on your mobile gets compromised. That is what this Trojan is. So, when you are doing a financial transaction with a device, make sure that device doesn't have unwanted things in it. You cannot entertain yourself also and have financial transaction also, not possible. And logic bomb. This normally one of the famous IT organization, a disgruntled employee, kept a script. After 30 days, that is after he leaves the organization, it will impose a script and the entire server will be crashed. That is known as logic bomb. So that is the reason afterwards a law came. Once a person is terminated, a super user, immediately his privileges will be removed. Okay, this is a recent article I wrote, cloud computing. As a management accountant, all of you will be engaged in various companies where cloud computing is involved. But do you know one thing? Lots of vulnerabilities come through cloud computing. Okay? Cloud computing is the cheapest. It is slowly coming. Now for some people, you may ask me, what is cloud computing for those? See, if you have a generator at home and all of us generate our own electricity, that was a previous client-server methodology. But now you have electricity companies offering you electricity. What you do, you go to the home, switch on fan, whatever you do, you enjoy. Then whatever is pay as you go. But here, your data is being taken away by cloud computing service providers. So, there are a lot of web application vulnerabilities. Any application which speaks to internet will have a vulnerability. So, there it is. So much of vulnerabilities will be there where you are under threat. Generative artificial intelligence, mind you. Now, AI is a happening technology. This is point number 1. 2, where it is happening in the world, where it is most fast in the world, you will be surprised. It is India. You see, our previous speaker spoke about Prime Minister Modi. Prime Minister Modi is constant touch with Bill Gates, and Bill Gates is so keen to get AI into India because of the presence of talent, so much of talent. Now, one important thing, generative artificial intelligence is responsible for cloud computing becoming so dynamic. It helps you anything, whatever you want, it gives you. Like you have a ghost or something, like an Aladdin lamp. You press this and it will get you. But that is also a villain. It is in the hands of hackers. It becomes very villainous. So it is dangerous. So as a cybersecurity professionals, now we need to study and protect artificial intelligence enabled cyber attacks. Cloud misconfigurations. See, I create a setting to many people to log in. Naturally, there will be misconfiguration. Secure API, application programming interface. This is a very simple concept. You log into the machine, you use a password, and your password expires. Your password becomes tougher. Correct. But when two applications speaks, you cannot create a password there. So it goes freely. So a hacker can get inside. When the application speaks to an operating system, once again there is no password. So lack of transparency. Serverless architecture. You don't purchase a server. You use other server. The service provider. Yahoo, Google, Gmail, daily you use. Do you know where the server is located? No way. That's all. So what management accounts should do so far? Be aware of basic cyber threats. Keep your laptops and other devices patched. In corporate environment, be an ally to CISO. And very important, have working knowledge of ISO IEC 27001 standard. Why this becomes very important for us in India? It's an international standard. Because Information Technology Act has specified that ISO standard those companies are complying with is an acceptable standard. And finally, this act has been passed recently, Digital Protection Privacy. This is going to make and the next tenure, BJP government is planning to come out with so much of restrictions on digital because two plannings they have. One is to go aggressive in technology, second is also technology protection. This will share a quick case study of my own. I was a CISO in a hospital, very big hospital it is. I will not name the hospital because of NDA and other restrictions. Okay, we purchased a server costing 100 crores. Okay, and it consists of all medical records. Mind you, that hospital is visited by Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, Governor of Pondicherry, Chief Minister of Andhra, very, very big people. Okay, so when I took over, so I was to secure the infra. Okay, mind you, there are all the administrators had a password. You know what is a password? Super password for all the servers. Rajinikanth at 123. Okay, lovely password. Okay, so chairman is very close to me. He is very fond of me. But trust me, to get the audience of a senior executive, their audience is only 20 seconds. If it's a managing director or a chairman or any person who is at a very high level, their audience is only 20 seconds or even 15 seconds. You cannot go there and give some English lecture or terminology. They will say, go. So I was thinking how to get this person's attention towards me so that I can bring in my own results. So I told him, sir, Next week, Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu is coming, Yeah, Ravi, she is coming. 15 days after she is coming. sir, who all will be accessing your records, sir? Yeah, our doctors, sir. And I'll one more funny thing. In US, doctors will be very strict. If patient records gets abused, doctor's license gets cancelled. In India, no restriction. Doctors will say, password. My nurse knows. I don't care. I'm a great heart, surgeon. I am important. These computers and I don't care. So this is a culture here. So chairman said, he himself is a doctor. So how to? Sir, CM is coming. If somebody takes CM's data, and you know who was CM of Tamil Nadu, the great lady. If her data gets stolen, hospital won't be there. There will be only one ground will be there. Okay? I showed him the photograph. The ground will be your office. It is your father, your grandfather constructed some 2,000 crore property. Oh, now what should I do? Give me 2 days time, he says. Okay. Next day, he himself went for a scan for something. Some 50 doctors called him. Sir, what happened? Sir, what happened? Ravi, I went for a scan. All the doctors knows. He said, that's the way. Only your scan doctors knows now. Let the CM scan also be known. Then we'll know. Immediately he called for a meeting. He said, evaluate the server. So we evaluated the server. We said the server costing is only 100 crores, but you put all the KYC data, everything, all the opportunity, it will be costing 500 crores. Right? Your competitor, if he wants to steal that server, what price he will give? 500 crores. So that percentage I took 5 lakhs is budget I'll give you. I said, sir, for 5 lakhs also, I'll give you a report. So this is a report. Okay. How your investment aligns with your brain strategy, how your investment gives you value, how your investment performs, how your investment uses resources, and finally how your investment optimizes risk. This is CISO's metrics. But as a management accountant, I will put monetary value also in this and give it to management. So he became totally floored. You want only 5 lakhs? You take anything. And he shifted, he said, Ravi will not sit there, he will sit next to my cabin. I got tremendous privileges, free medical facility, everything. But anyway, I myself got sick because of getting into this big project and I was admitted to the hospital. But finally I finished. Okay. Now, this quickly, I'll finish off this one. I was a CISO in 2001, 2002, this is out. CEO was a foreign return. Okay. He's a Maharashtrian only. And there is a GM technology. He's also a Maharashtrian. The problem is CEO and the GM technology will not get along. Okay. Because CEO is a foreign return and GM technology speaks in Marathi. So in between I got sandwiched. So he went there inside one fine morning and said, sir, I want to upgrade from 9A to 10G. So what's the budget? Sir, 3.5 crores, sir. Monday morning. CEO looked at him like this. Where is Ravi? He shouted. Sir, I am coming, sir. What happened? What is all this budget? 3.5 crores. He threw the paper on the face. I don't care whether Oracle 9A, A, B, C, D, Z. Everything is working, right? Don't come to me with budget. Get out. PP said, hey Ravi, this is important. It's 9A, they are removing the support. Oracle. Our friend is, my friend is close friend of Oracle. I will not speak against Oracle because he will hit me. Okay. Then I said, sir, I will give you a report to you. So, what is the technical differences between 9A to 10G? Okay, I took a big report. This report I picked up from my own records. But in simple one-liner I can tell you, previously it was internet technology, it is moving to grid technology. Now what do you mean by internet technology? See, internet technology is nothing but your Yahoo, Gmail like that. Because of that your database can be used across the location. But grid technology is something very interesting. Whatever unused machines CPU it will use. So it comes with a major boost on your productivity. So all these points, okay, SQL optimizer, grid computing, everything, it will improve the productivity of your database. I was I was in Calcutta for some time. So I used to go to a Deshapriya hotel. I don't know Bengali, okay, and a lot of South Indian and Bengalis will be there. So I used to say, get me pongal vada, because that is a very famous dish for me. And because the mustard oil and all that stuff, I used to say, but it's a South Indian area. So every day I'll say, give me pongal vada. I'll say, give me a little hot, put ghee, all that. So after a few days, when I was crossing the road, the server was shouting, the steward was shouting, hey, pongal vada is coming. So the same concept is used in SQL optimization. Meaning, today if you put a query to SQL, your SQL database will look at it, oh, he's asking all this, so it may take 5 minutes. But the same data, the same query, if you keep on asking, SQL literally says this fellow wants only this. Come on, it will give you within half a second. Or even it will start reducing its speed. You understood? So these all came with 10G technology. So I monetized everything and showed him, sir, you are investing 3.5 crores and your return will be more or less 6 crores. And within 5 years we can reach a lot of value add. Then he took me to the board to give a presentation and we got it sanctioned. And later, many years afterwards, I completed CGEIT, that is a certification on information governance. I went for his signature, he was retired. He gave me his endorsement for my experience. Okay, so this all is over. This is strategic alignment. I just want to speak about 4 models of governance models quickly, very quickly. Okay, where a management accountant should be have knowledge of this. See, all of you management accountants will be knowing about cost driver. That is all okay. But you should know what is a strategic driver. Okay, so this is the first one, very quickly. If I explain this, other 3 will be falling in place. See, there are 2 columns. One is business and other is IT. Okay, there are 2 verticals in simple language. Business vertical, IT vertical. So far clear? On top, both are strategies. Business strategy, IT strategy. Both are external. On and down, you have business, under business, you have business process. Under strategy, IT strategy, you have strategic process. Both are internal. So, see, you go to your tailor, you ask for a shirt, your shirt should fit your body, right? So that is a strategic fit. Business and IT should work along together. So that is functional integration. Now, this type of organization is, we had a lot of organization in India, meaning there is a executive management, under that there will be a business process and there will be IT process also. IT strategy will be used very passively. That is, you will go to the CEO like that, sir, Oracle 9 has to move to Oracle 10G. So whenever there is a technology upgradation, we'll approach the management and say, sir, this has to be done. Otherwise, they don't care about technology, but they use technology process. This is an age-old traditional company where we will function. Now a lot of PSU banks, where I was a deputy CISO, on deputation I go, Hewlett Packard gives infra to various banks. And then they depute us as a CISO to the incumbent CISO there. One PSU bank said, hey, we want to go for internet banking. Anywhere banking. So, the same business strategy, that is, you you do the same banking business, but you use internet banking as a strategy, IT strategy, to engage more customers. So this is a model for that, where they use IT strategy and IT process, but business process is as usual, you have been always holding it before. These are like, you have heard about Amazon, right? All of us go and, purchase products, books and all. Amazon, what happened? They were having huge amount of infra, servers and other things, okay? And they have big data also. So suddenly they realized, we have so much of computing power, why we should not rent it? So they were the pioneers in cloud computing. They said, hey, put your data in my server. I have a lot of space. So their IT strategy became their business strategy, using the business process, and they don't care about technical process. They are the masters. So this is it. Here, these are the companies like Hewlett Packard, IBM, where we build technology products based on IT strategy, and we use IT processes and business process. Business strategy kuch bhi nahi hai. I will simply say, hey, today my 9A, tomorrow 10G, all of you migrate or go to hell. That's it. Suddenly your mobile phone will become obsolete. Within 1 month, 1 year, your mobile phone becomes obsolete. Your Apple fellow will say, sir, you have to go to now 20, Oracle 20, Apple 13 I purchased or something. We don't know where it is now. Okay, like that. So these are the 4 models. Okay. If you use this management accountant, you should know in your organization or which client you are servicing, which model they are functioning at. Okay, so very soon, this is a definition I loved the most. So I showed it. This is one of the definitions I used in my big data analytics article in Cost Accountant magazine and Management Journal somewhere in 2020. I believe as a management accountant, I always say I'm an advisor to management. That's it. I don't handle even cost accounts. I will delegate to others. This is the way I approach. So learning statistics and maths is very important. You need to know a lot of simple algorithms. You need to know AI, ML software. These are must know. And Python. I want to share one simple incident recently happened. There was a news in Google, Sundar Pichai is terminating a lot of people. His entire Python team has been terminated. Bad news. But if you read behind the lines, they are moving from US to India. So those who know Python skills and those who stay in India, they are assured of jobs in Google. And mind you, if you just go for an interview to Google, and even though if you fail, you will get an iPad free. You know that? So, yeah, so that is important. So Python skills and programming skills a management accountant should know, especially R or Python. Python is easier, so you can go for it. So these are all the different, these are various things I am quickly moving on. I'll just quickly spend some half a second in this. This is coming, a tsunami is coming in the computing area, quantum computing. Okay. In simple words, quantum computing is going to revolutionize the entire things. In one line I can say, we prepare encryption. What is there for encryption? Your card data should not get to the hacker for next 100 years while you finish your transaction within next 10 minutes. But quantum computing, through the quantum computing encryption, algorithm, you can see the data very slow. So all our encryptions are going for a 6er. Now we have to go for quantum algorithm. Okay. Now what is the fundamental thesis of quantum computing? You know, this is the thought experiment which Schrodinger said. See, you put a cat in a box and apply a poisonous gas. What will happen? There is a 50% chance of cat being alive or 50% chance of cat being dead. So as a normal person, what you will say? Cat is either dead or alive. But in quantum computing purposes, you should say, until I open the box, cat is open, both alive and dead. It looks funny, but that way, what happens is, that is one concept. Cat is both dead and alive until the box is opened. Like the typical Bhakta Prahalad, when he spoke to Hiranyakashipu. When Hiranyakashipu asked, where is your Lord Vishnu? Tell me now. So Bhakta Prahalad didn't say, Daddy, he is either in the pillar or in the atom. He said, he could be both in the pillar and in the atom. So that is a quantum computing concept. Okay. So until it is manifested, it appears in both areas. Then finally, when he hits a pillar, Lord Vishnu manifested. Second is, see, I am speaking to you from here and you are hearing me. Can I speak from my home without any computer, internet, and can you hear me? No. But two atoms can relate to each other even though they are far off. So these two concepts have been used in computer science. No longer it will be 0 or 1. It will be 0 and 1 and multiple permutations, making computations becoming extremely fast. Okay? So that is a threat as well as a challenge clubbed along with AI. Finally, everybody says, can technology be removed? No. It's an excellent work by Kevin Kelly. I want all of you to see this book. It is available in the internet. Technology will live like a human being. It will assert itself. You cannot eliminate technology. You have only one choice. Either you use it or abuse it, which will get the consequences. But technology will thrive on itself. One quick incident I can share. There was a .com bubble happened in 2000s. Immediate lot of retrenchments, lot of losses. So people, what they did one funny thing. Everybody took the Java book and gave it back to the shopkeeper. They give me money because this is no longer there. But technology survives on its own. Java lived. It fell in love with Linux. It got married to Linux and they got a child. What is the child name? Android. So Android boosted later. Persons who had knowledge of Java will have supremacy over Android. You understood? So technology or knowledge doesn't go waste. One need to have faith. So management accountants needs to be familiar with cybersecurity risk. Technology transformation cyber risk both bring in huge opportunities and they should prepare to reap those opportunities, and management accountants should compete with IIMs and not look at governments for opportunities but move away to private sector where you will grow a lot and gain supremacy over other statutory bodies. Thank you.
Amazing lecture, Ramachandran Sahab, and I think all of us are very much benefited by your very simple way of giving your thoughts and very amazing way of putting all the latest things into our perspective. Once again, many thanks for your very valuable lecture. May I now request Ranjan Chattopadhyay sir to kindly conclude, and then we are overrunning, so.
Namaskar. Yes, time is very short for us, but first of all, I must thank the chairman of this Management Accounting Committee, Sri Neeraj Joshi, to give me this opportunity to just wrap up the session, to be a student in the whole session. It's my opportunity, of course, because we have all listened what I have written. So naturally, many things I have documented, which I could have with me, and my respected president and vice president and all my council members are here. Just and the most important thing is the dashing personality of the council. Same M.K. Anand is there. I feel fortunate to share dash with him also. And my very younger, who is doing a great job in fact, this our board of director studies. You know, many things are happening in the studies. And the renaissance is coming, and that has been done by our Binay Ranjan. And the two versatile speakers, Mr. Suresh Viswanathan and CMA Ravi Kumar Ramachandran. They have opened the door for the management accountant to the new decade, rather I should say, because our profession is taking a turn to the management accounting. Already our gurus are there, like our Mr. A.N. Raman, CMA A.N. Raman has continuously advocated for migration, that you have to also accompanied by cost audit and others, you have to also go for management accounting. And that way, I think our council has taken many steps. But friends, let me tell you two things, that when CMA Arindam Goswami, the vice chairman of this WSC, said the tone for this session, the session is your management accounting, cybersecurity and sustainable value creation. The value word has been maintained in this, and I think the values, which is having a huge relation with the cost. The price, cost, price, value, we have always learned. But today, this session has given us the how we can create really value. And our chairman, Mr. Anand, has real-time management can't happen unless we have a long-term and short-term goal, and that he has mentioned before us. And he has also referred to this Canadian, this issue on 2012, and now whatever has happened in cybersecurity, they have in that time they have forecasted, and now it is 2024, which is happening. So sir has started this with this. And when Mr. Suresh Viswanathan came here in this podium, he was simply putting many issues. But I remember this Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. I remember the famous, message by one monk of this country who has shown to India, to the rest of the world, that it is a great country, that is Swami Vivekananda. They alone live who live for others. The rest are more dead than alive. I think whatever he has told, that we have to think not for ourselves, we have to think for others. Then only we will be alive. And today's sustainable development, he has mentioned all these things. And he has also gone for many issues on the local and global economy, how it would be helping us. And he has shown us some videos, especially of this 17 SDGs videos. And I remember there many things have been told. And here he has chanted many Sanskrit scripts and Kautilya's maxim. And I remember that the single phrase, what we generally chant, Om Bhurvasya Tatsavitu Barannang Bhargo Devasya Dhimo Idyo Na Prachodayatu. It is nothing but the sustainability word. And this, when he has talked about the sun, Om Java Kushma Shankachana Kashyapyam Madhuting Dvantaring Sarvapapagna Pranadoshmi Divakaram. These are all for the creating this world as a sustainable. So I am very thankful to you, sir, the way you have given all this, and you have also prescribed that how this life cycle costing, supply chain analysis, financial reporting, performance measurement reporting. Let me tell you, sir, under the leadership of our CMA Ashish Thakre, our Sustainability Standard Board, has got a great distinction in SEBI, where our profession has been considered as the certificate. We have to make certification of the non-financial issues, as the financial issues are already there in the computers. We are getting every day, but the non-financial issues can only be dealt by the management accountant like us. And for that reason, we are already certifying the KPIs, And here I must say that he has given some prescriptions for us that you have to comply with the law, risk analysis, sustainability standards, disclosures, which are already been taken into consideration by our institute, sir. So we shall be also very much delighted to have your further presence and further value additions for the professions and your guidance. And absolutely in the MSME sector, what you have mentioned, and you have, the case studies you have mentioned, and here I think the HDFC Bank, Housing Bank you have mentioned here, sustainability. I just want to mention you 3-4 years back, one bank, I can't say the name of the bank, I will not take deliberately, one bank financed many housing for many executives in one place, which is a very posh area of that town or city. But a huge flood and huge, the whole inundation of water made all the flats not livable. Here, your sustainability matters, what you have mentioned here. I think, yes, the ESG issues are now going to be very much important for the financial, for us, and we have to do like that. And next, I just take Mr. Ravi Kumar Ramachandran. Simply, you have mesmerized us because many terminologies may not be known to us, but the way with your excellent ability to speak before us in a very humorous tone, rather, I should say, it is a great, rather learning for us. But I must tell you, sir, that whatever you have mentioned in your discussions, we have taken note of that. Our institute is already having our DISA course. We are the cybersecurity we are taking care of from the CMH, and this has been certified by the Sartin of Government of India. This is one of the excellent course for us. And another thing I just want to tell you, the fintech, you are talking about the fintech. And the fintech, our institute is going to launch the fintech course. But your cyber security, what you are talking about, we are already having our mind, and our council is taking very seriously on this. And as a management accountant, your advice, many advices we have taken note of that. Definitely we shall put it before our council also, and our PD committee chairman is here. Definitely we shall take it forward. And with this, I just want to say that you see, in this particular world of this total dynamic changes, I think we should maintain one thing, that we have to have the change, continuous changing our skills. Skill set has to be changed. Young guys are here, young students are here. Today itself, we have to learn. We are learning, and we are learning from one of the great council members like TCS Prasad. He is continuously evolving with the very IT, issues of our institute. And our most important thing is that in this particular age, we always feel we self encouraged whenever see that our Vishwapapitamo CMA Dhananjay Joshi is always advising us for this professional's development. Along with this, and I am really very thankful that for giving me an opportunity. I think you are all keeping all in your heart that what has been dealt by our excellent erudite, and they have mesmerized us with the eloquent speech. In English, if I express the 34 letters word is only coming from my heart. Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chituda, for your power-packed speech in a most impeccable manner, which is your style, and you really concluded what was debated and what was discussed over here in a very, very simple way, and your delivery is always, that also mesmerizes us all the time, basically. And may I now request my very dear friend Vinayji to conclude by giving a word of.
Good afternoon. Happy Management Accountancy. Oh, requires lunch. No energy. Okay. Just I will finish off in 1 or 2 minutes. Respected President, Vice President, Neeraj, Management Accountant Committee Chairman, Anand Sir, Suresh Sir, Ravi Sir, Chituda, Avjit Goswami, and my council members and respected members and past presidents. Welcome you all.
for the session. And the two sessions that happened, one is sustainability, other one is cybersecurity. Suresh sir has enlightened us how Indian tradition is connected with the sustainability, and Ravi sir has made us to understand the need for the management accountants to be aware, to have awareness about the cybersecurity and how we need to prepare to mitigate those risks. Thanks to both of you, Ravi sir and Suresh sir, for imparting this knowledge, and thanks to the Pune chapter and WRC especially for organizing this event, and I request now all of you to join for the lunch. Thank you. Thanks.
The lunch has been arranged on the 4th floor, and we plan to start our next session by 2:15. So request you all to be here.
I request CMA Rajendra Bhatti, Central Council member, to come to the dais. CMA Rajendra Bhatti, CMA Murthy sir, request you to grace the dais. They say beauty lies in the eyes of the beholder. In the same way, value lies in the perception of beholder. Value has many dimensions or aspects. Value in use, sale value, replacement value, distress value, future value, and so on. Every business entity must add value to its products and services to satisfy its customers. Adding value may involve various actions such as resources, aesthetics, ergonomics, social status, and so on. This can be done using sources, technology, energy, media, and communication. It is important to build value into products and services to ensure that they fetch the right price and are distinctly identifiable in the competitive markets. Today, as we talk about sustainable growth in the dynamic real-time information world, setting the parameter for value creation becomes a very important task. The purpose of this discussion is to explore various ways of creating value and how to set the parameters for an enterprise so that it may design the right value creation strategy by choosing the dimensions of value and methods most suited to it. So today we have esteemed speaker Advait Kurlekar sir and dignitaries on the dais. So I request CMA Mihir Vyas, Secretary WRC, to give a formal welcome address.
Thank you so much, madam. Good afternoon, everyone. This is my privilege as a Honorable Secretary WRC ICMI to welcome all you who are present today at the national seminar on navigating the new frontier management accounting in the era of real-time insight, sustainability growth and cyber security, organized by Management Accounting Committee ICMI. The theme is, for these sessions, the theme is value creating parameter, or you can say non-financial parameter. For this, I welcome CMA Milind Datre sir, session chairman and speaker. Mr. Raj Malik sir, he is not coming due to the emergency work given by the management director. Mr. Advait Kurlekar sir, today's speakers of these sessions. CMA Dr. Kandala CHA VSN Murthy, he is summarizing the session. CMA Rajendra Bhatti gives a vote of thanks. And my other council members, CMA Dr. Ashish Sapte, CMA Neeraj Joshi, CMA M.K. Anand sir, CMA Vinay Rajan, CMA Chitrajan Chattopadhyay sir, CMA Avijit Goswami, our past president, CMA D.V. Joshi sir, CMA Amit Apte, our council, past council members, CM Pappan sirs, Bhargave sirs, and all my regional councils colleagues, CM Manisha madams, as well as all the speakers present here. I also congratulate the Management Accounting Committee for arranging the national seminar every year on this International Accounting Day. As a CMA, we are enabled of cost consciousness, cost optimization and proper resources utilizations. We are also supporting the objective of government to make Viksit Bharat 2047 by making our Indian company viable and globally competitive. CMA are undertaking various activities for not only Indian MNC, for foreign MNC also for their growth and sustenance. CMA are the functional professionals who are not only implementing the policy decisions for the government but also the MNC companies. I am exciting for our expert to shed light on the issue and making this session impactful. Jai Hind and Vande Bharat.
Thank you, CMA Mihir. Now, I share with you all a brief profile of Mr. Kurlekar, an alumni of IIT Bombay and Wharton Business School. He has over 30 years experience in industry, management consulting, coaching, having worked in leading organizations like Tata Motors, AF Ferguson and PwC prior to starting his own consultancy, Upohan Management Consultants. Mr. Kurlekar has expertise in the areas of business strategy, balanced scorecard and HR consulting and has led consulting projects across a range of sectors including BFSI, engineering, automotive, retail, pharma, FMCG, hospitality, media and advertising. Mr. Kurlekar is a visiting faculty at SP Jain School of Global Management and also a charter member of TIE's Pune chapter and chair of its flagship startup mentoring program, Nurture Accelerator 11 and 12. Mr. Kurlekar is the chairman of the board of directors IIT BAA, on the board of directors of SPPU Research Park Foundation and a publicly listed company, on the governing council of TIE Pune and on advisory board of various B schools and startup incubators. I think we have right person to discuss this topic today. So now I request Chairman CMA Mihir Date sir to felicitate Mr. Kurlekar. Thank you, sir. Now I request CMA Mihir Vyas, Secretary WRC, to felicitate CMA Milind Date, sir, our session chairman. I request CMA Rahul Jain. Is he there? Chairman Indore Devas chapter. I request CMA Nagesh Bhagane, Chairman Pune chapter, to come on the dais and felicitate Murthy sir, Central Council member. Thank you, Nagesh. Thank you, sir. Now I request CMA Manisha Agarwal to come on the dais to felicitate CMA Bhati, sir. Thank you, Madam Agarwal. Thank you, Bhati, sir. Now I hand over the charge to our session chairman, Tate, sir.
Thank you so very much, CMA Meena Vidya, for this kind introduction and setting the ball rolling. Dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, my CMA colleagues, students and friends. The word value actually connotes a lot of things. It's a small little English word which can be easily used as a verb, as a noun, as anything else that you would like it to be used for. In lighter words, the value of this session is depicted by the arrangement of it in the post-lunch session and represented, exemplified correctly by the attendance as well. But when you talk of value and its connection with organizations, it's nothing but a worth of something. And if we keep saying that organizations generate or create value, what actually do we mean by that value? It's very easy to talk in terms of value in financial terms. And being professionals, we know the financial measures of performance that are generally measured, managed, reported and analyzed by experts all over the world to understand and appreciate how organizations are doing for its stakeholders. However, we must not forget the fact that financial indicators of performance are mere outcomes. They by themselves do not enable anything. It's the non-financial indicators of performance, those are enablers, those are influencers, those are drivers of performance, which ultimately result into financial performance of a company. And when the business organizations moved away from shareholder perspective to stakeholder perspective, the word value also therefore was enriched a lot. Value therefore has to be seen from the angle of each and every stakeholder, internal stakeholder, connected stakeholders, external stakeholders, to which in one way or the other an organization is linked, an organization is related to. And therefore, whenever an organization, whether for profit or not for profit, any organization tries to conduct itself within the context of the external environment and tries to create something for each of the stakeholders, it must understand first by itself what has it created, and therefore others also should respond to by saying, okay, the organization was or was not successful in creating that something worth for them. And therefore in this session, value creation process has to be understood in a little different manner, which our speaker, who in fact by itself is a complete package for this session, he would take us through importance and significance of non-financial measures of performance, and how stakeholders' approach is very closely connected thereto. There have been a lot of work, a lot of research done in this domain, and various management experts, management gurus have come up with a lot of tools and models to provide the management accountants the opportunity of measuring the performance. It's very well said that whatever gets measured gets managed. So if you want to manage things properly, you must be able to measure the performance first. And measurement of performance, not only in financial terms, but as I said earlier, in non-financial ways, non-financial parameters. Otherwise, if you are not able to measure them correctly, you will not be able to manage them correctly. Now, one very important perspective of any non-financial measure of performance for value understanding is that it is many times not properly quantifiable. And therefore, we as management accountants will have to evolve mechanism of how we convert those non-measurables into quantifiable, into measurable, into observable benefits of some value to different stakeholders of the organization. And I'm sure in his talk, he will cover these perspectives. So I will now hand over the dais to Mr. Kurlekar, and after his presentation, I will just try and connect dots with our profession. So let's marry the practice of a businessman with our practice as a management accounting profession. So that's what I will try to do, right? So hand over to Mr. Kurlekar. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. And I know it's a post-lunch session, and like my friend Milind said, it shows in the audience in terms of the interest post-session. I am feeling awkward on two counts. One, of course, is this is an ICMAI event. Cost accountants, management accountants. I'm neither. I'm not a chartered accountant. The only commonality between all you guys and me is the word management, because you are management accountants and I'm a management consultant, and therefore I don't know. How will it go today? Today's session go? But the topic is dear to me, so hopefully it will be better. The second challenge is that just when we were having lunch, Milind and me were discussing that maybe because unfortunately the second speaker couldn't come, I get some more time. But as the chair of the session, he will do the opening remarks, and then I'll do my session, and then he'll close the session with his concluding remarks. And I knew I'm going to take the risk that in his opening remarks he has said so many profound things that I don't know what new I'm going to say in my presentation, but let me have a go. Okay, so I think I'm going to share some thoughts in terms of the importance to start with, and then of course what could be the non-financial parameters as management accountants, how do we sort of work that out, and if I can use the tagline here, behind every successful business decision, there's a CMA, but for that CMA, you need both the financial and non-financial parameters to truly understand whether the business has been successful or not. So in that context, we should look at this kind of thing. I'll quickly run through who am I and what kind of work we do. I run a boutique consulting company based in Pune called Upon Management Consultant, as has been introduced. We work with clients on strategy, process, HR, things like that. Different sectors, different industries that we have more often than not worked around. While we are based in Pune, it has not stopped us from doing work in different parts of the country, 22, 23 cities, and about 18 countries all over the world, right from US in the west to Hong Kong in the east. And when I say
countries. Clients, of course, are there, but our methodology is that we go to a client on-site work and we come back and get going. And just to give a feel in terms of these are some of the more recent clients that we work with. As you can see, very diverse range in terms of size, sector, industry, geography, so on and so forth. And thanks to well-wishers here, we get invited to speak at a variety of events to share thoughts on strategy, HR, measurement, performance management, so on and so forth. So with that, let me come back to the topic in terms of measurement per se and then non-financial measurement at large. Start on a lighter note, as we all say that, if measurement doesn't look good, and let's change the measures. And I recall a conversation I had with one of my clients where we are doing some performance measurement work. It's a very large manufacturing company focusing on oil and gas sector, and we are working on non-financial measurement for their employees as well for their business. And we've started about 5-6 weeks ago, and he called me on April 29th and he said, look, this month we are going 20% under. Vis-a-vis April targets, we are already first month of the financial year, we are 20% down. So what we are doing is not right. And I had to tell him that performance measurement and performance delivery are two different things. Performance measurement is like a dashboard, whether it's for at individual level or for business level. Just because I buy a fancy car and it has a great looking dashboard with all the infotainment system, etc., that doesn't guarantee that I will be a good driver. So I spent nearly an hour with him sort of explaining that. So just because we have measures, whether they are financial or non-financial, will not guarantee business success. So as accountants, management accountants, we also need to sort of work with our clients to say that measurements are important. Measurements would lead to management. Managing things will lead to things getting done. But unless the people who are getting things done are not taking the right decisions at the right point in time, which is your clients, then those things getting done may or may not be meeting their targets. So measurement is important, but measurement does not guarantee success directly unless the right decisions are taken. And therefore measurement has to be used as a decision support system, and we'll talk about it. So just because performance is not there, just outside this cartoon doesn't mean the measures are wrong and therefore we need to change measures that look good. So that is the point I'm trying to make. So when we are looking at performance measurement, we are looking at two things. First and foremost is performance measurement at an organization level. As management accountants, that's what is more important for us. And then in your own client organizations, you will have HR people, hopefully, who will say that, okay, this is the right kind of information, right kind of measures, right kind of information that will lead to right kind of performance. And then how do I align organizational performance with people performance? And that is also important. When it comes to people performance, like Milind said in his introductory remarks, sometimes, and especially our counterparts in the finance function, for example, HR function, they would love to believe that whatever they do, and especially HR function, they would love to believe whatever they do is so unique, so intangible, so nebulous, so unmeasurable that, as long as you like me, I should get my good credentials and I should get my, good performance marks. Now from that system, especially on the non-financial side, we will need to move towards some amount of measurability. I may also use the word forced measurability if it means that. But the hypothesis of this entire system is that everything that one does to some extent is measurable. We need to find those right measures. Normally, most of the organizations and the management and especially the financial people sort of identify what I call nice to have measures. Nice to have measures are good, but what we need to move from as management accountants is from nice to have measures to need to have measures. And that need part comes in terms of what is the business, what are the business priorities, and what is the maturity of the business. I'll just give a simple example, and maybe I'm sort of jumping few slides here, but since I've broached on the topic. All of us know that training is very, very important in any organization, right? And therefore, if I look at training as a metric or training as an area of business, then the final kind of frontier as far as measurement of training is concerned is what is called training effectiveness. Which means if I go through an appraisal process and my boss, whoever he or she is, says, hey Advait, you need to significantly improve your English language communication skills. That's my appraisal. Fair enough. And I accept it. So what does the organization supposed to do? It is supposed to send me through a series of English language communication trainings. What is training effectiveness in this case? That a year down the line, when the same Advait is getting appraised by the same person, he or she says, wow, I've seen a significant improvement in your, in this case, English language communication skill. Which means whatever training activity has happened in the last 12 months, it has been effective. You're seeing the results of it. You're seeing the outcome of it. That's the highest level of what I call maturity of in this case, of course, it's a non-financial parameter or non-financial metric or measure. Now imagine this is an organization where training as a function doesn't exist. To have a non-financial metric as training effectiveness perhaps is not right, because the organization is not mature to have that kind of thing. So as you move along, we will need to say, okay, you don't have training, so let's have a training calendar in place, and that's a non-financial metric to start with. Okay, do you have a training calendar? Yes or no? That's the first metric that you need to have. Once having a training calendar becomes part of their culture, part of their system, couple of months down the line, you'll say, okay, you have a training calendar? Great. Now tell me and start measuring how many training programs were conducted as per the training calendar. That's the next level of maturity for the same metric on training. Then of course you can go to trainer feedback, participant feedback, XYZ, and eventually your training effectiveness. So when we are looking at metrics, whether it's financial or non-financial, and we're not going to talk of financial metrics now, please also understand that the metrics are relevant to the maturity of your client organization for whom you are working out these metrics. And therefore it is not a nice measure to have, but a need measure to have. Yeah, I hope I have been clear enough. So when we are looking at measures, there are a variety of things that can be important. First and foremost is, why do we need to measure? As simple as it goes, we need to measure because, as was rightly said, we need to manage things. And to manage things, we need to know where are we vis-a-vis where we want to be. I'm based in Pune, I came by train today. And I was tracking measurement. Is the train on time? So when I got into the train, it was 20 minutes late. When I got out of the train, it was 35 minutes late. Now, on-time arrival or departure is a metric which I was tracking. Why was it important to me? Because I was concerned that will I reach on time or not? So I had an objective, and therefore there was a measure, and therefore I was tracking that performance. Tracking that performance of the train, nothing to do with me. Which means we need to have some kind of measures, and the importance of measure is because we need to manage things. The other thing, of course, is in terms of why do we need these measures? Because we want to take informed decisions. Not that I could have done anything if the train was late and I couldn't get down somewhere in between two stations and take a cab or something like that. But if there's something else that was in my control, I could have taken some decisions. I could have informed the organizers that sorry, I'm late, or whatever it is. Like I mentioned with the training kind of thing, it needs to be aligned with your business goals. It needs to be aligned with your this thing. Otherwise, your business is moving forward, your strategy is something different, you are on a different growth path, but the measures have nothing to do with what you're trying to do. So if your organization's strategy is, aggressively grow revenues, and as an accountant, you are very concerned about profitability and nothing wrong in that. But if the strategy is aggressively grow revenues, maybe as part of the strategy, it also says that maybe at cost of profitability. Because I can't aggressively grow revenues and aggressively grow profits. And therefore, depending on the strategy, again I'm using a financial metric here as an example, but the measurement should be aligned with your business strategy and business goals. The other thing, of course, is in terms of resource management. Once you start measuring and you realize that something is going wrong, you may want to redistribute your resources. I'm not talking of redistribution of wealth here. I'm not making a political statement. But there could be resources that need to get realigned because certain things are not working. And that's the importance of measures per se, not just non-financial, but financial and non-financial, both kind of metrics. So essentially what we're looking at is facts in terms of the measurement system. And what are facts? Facts is actually an acronym that we have created. First and foremost is the focus. First is the focus. That is the organization focusing towards the efforts that it wants to do as far as business performance is concerned, and therefore the measures are concerned. A is the assessing progress, as I said, tracking your progress. Unless I know where I am, a lot of times we do work on strategy with our clients, and in today's time strategy is just about maybe 3 years, and that 3 years is also 1+2. And therefore I say it's 36-month strategy. And if our first month down the line, 1 gone, 35 to go, in the first month, whatever targets I had, where am I vis-a-vis where I want to be? Month 3, month 4, month 27, where am I vis-a-vis where I want to be? Is assessing our progress towards stated common objectives. The third, obviously, is in terms of closing the gaps through corrective action. Measurement can't be done for measurement purpose only. Unless you are doing some course corrective action, unless you are reviewing them, unless you are saying that, okay, if this is going wrong, that's what it is tracking, and therefore I need to do corrective action so that hopefully next month, next quarter, on this measure, I'll do a better performance than what it is today. And therefore, taking corrective actions and looking at that is also very, very important. The T part is obviously in terms of tracking progress. I don't know how many of organizations actually do very serious monthly or quarterly business reviews. I have seen many clients, especially family-owned managed clients, where business review, I won't call it business review, happens on a one-on-one basis. Each HOD is called in the CMD's cabin for half an hour, 1 hour. If the thing is good, half an hour. If the things are not good, a lot of lashing around for 3-4 hours. And the guy comes out very, anguished kind of thing. This happened and this happens. And from the smiles on your face, I could see that you also have experienced it, hopefully not in your personal capacity. And then, of course, the last part is in terms of the accountability part of it. That why do we want to measure our business performance? Because there are people who are accountable to deliver that business performance. And therefore, accountability or instilling that sense and culture of accountability is also important for that part of it. And therefore, when we are looking at the performance measurement, it like we're seeing in the thing, the actionables part is very, very important. A lot of times, because, and I'm saying it from my personal experience, at the time of fixing measurement, people already assume that they will not deliver and start giving excuses that why this measure is not right. No, but what happens if? So people start talking of excuses or outliers in terms of, oh no, but what happens if? You'll have to go by what more often than not what happens and then see how does it work. Is the measure relevant? Is it a need to have measure or is it a nice to have kind of measure? And then of course, there are qualitative measures which are also sometimes important, but more focus has to be in terms of the quantitative measures. Yeah, so which is of course, there is data. If there is data, then we look at the data, or as the business owner will say, otherwise my opinion matters. This is just on a lighter note. So of course, when we talk of measurement, there is financial performance measurement and there is non-financial performance measurement. These are not at cross purposes. Milind clearly mentioned that financial performance are outcomes. In performance measurement we call, and he used the term very rightly, as the lag indicators. Yeah, I will come to know what was my company performance for the month of May only maybe 0001 hours on June if I have the best of ERP systems. But typically, as you would know, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, first week of the next month is when you know what is your financial performance for the previous month for any company that you work with. Unless of course you have window dressing, then it takes time. which we are not talking of that. But to support those outcomes, you need drivers. Financial performance is what I call front-end part of any business's performance. And to support that front-end, you need back-end measures, performance metrics that will drive, and therefore these are called leading indicators. And therefore we should not look at and should not go to get into a powwow situation with the chartered accountant community that only financial importance doesn't make sense, non-financial important parameters are important. Essentially both are same, two sides of the same coin. Collectively, collaboratively, inclusively, holistically, all these matter to any business. Without non-financial parameters, the financial parameters is like, if I can give a word, give an analogy, when you're driving along a highway, you see a small town and you see, shops and buildings along both sides of the highway. If you actually stop and try and go behind, there's just one row of houses and there's nothing. It's just a facade. So the entire village is, along the highway, and there's no depth to that village. That's how this thing has developed. So without non-financial metrics and non-financial measurement, that is the analogy I would like to give for financial kind of metrics. It's just facade. Yes, is it important? Of course it is important. Why is it important? Why financial metrics are important? Because every business's objective is to make money. Everybody's business objective here is to make money, including mine. Hopefully our purpose is not to make money. Objective and purpose are different. So if the objective is to make money, then as strategy for everyone, it is to know how to make more and more money. And therefore financial metrics is the starting point for any business. I'm sure many of you would have heard, and Milind asked me to talk about it, in terms of the balanced scorecard framework. Is there anybody who's heard of it? Balanced scorecard? Yeah. So what does the balanced scorecard say? That it has to be a good balance between financial and non-financial, front-end and back-end, external and internal kind of metrics, scorecard metrics. So unless your strategy is balanced, your metrics won't be balanced. And therefore, financial and non-financial essentially are two sides of the same coin. Collectively, they will give you the health of that business. You can have great numbers in terms of financial, once, twice, 1 quarter, 2 quarters. But like they say, you can't fool everybody every time. The financial measures without any back end, you will get into that trap of fooling everybody every time. You may be successful once, you may be successful twice, 1 year, 2 years. I was at some other function last week, we discussed in detail the Baiju example, so that came in my mind, and therefore you really can't fool everybody every time. I don't want to get into Baiju's example here. So this is where I was talking of the balanced scorecard. That financial metrics, financial performance is important, but you need to balance out with the driving part of it. When I say as a business, I want to make more and more money, the first question we need to ask is, where is that money coming from? And no, it is not coming from banks. It has to come from customers. And therefore, measures and metrics related to customers, very often we don't have that. It never comes in our MIS, never comes in a monthly review, never comes in your quarterly financial performance or quarterly performance that you have to publish if you're a public listed company. But it is very, very important. Because at the end of the day, no customers, no money, no business. And therefore, some key metrics, again, need to have metrics from a customer perspective are the first important non-financial metric. And then, as hopefully all of you will agree, that meeting customer expectations is like a moving target. All of us are consumers and customers of some product and some service. So what was wow yesterday is okay today and maybe relevant tomorrow. And this happens in every business. So if meeting customer expectations is a moving target, then the second non-financial parameter, which is our internal business processes, the way we think, the way we behave, the way we operate as a business, those can't be static. Those have to be also agile. Why? Because your processes will keep you agile. The process will keep you on your toes, because customer expectations is a moving target. And to drive those processes, You need the right kind of people in the right kind of boxes, in the right kind of culture, enabled with the right kind of technology. And then this system of performance measurement becomes holistic. Financial measures are the starting point. Like I said, I'm not going to discuss that. But how do we measure ourselves around meeting that ever-changing customer expectation? What kind of metrics can we have to ensure that our processes are agile, modular, and scalable? And what kind of metrics can we have to understand the softer aspects, soft underbelly of our business? Let's look into what kind of measures this could be. How much time I have? 10 minutes? 15 minutes. Okay. So it's just an example in terms of how a balanced scorecard, strategy map, strategy dashboard looks like. This is not a session on BSc, but what is important is in terms of how just this slide hopefully will tell you why these non-financial metrics are important. What is the outcome that is written here? That I want to be a market leader. Market leader in some sense has a financial implication. Yeah, if the market is 1,000 crore and I want to be a market leader, and which means in my industry at least a 25% market share, it means that my top line has to be at least 250 crores if not more. So market leadership is in some way a financial metric. But the things that are leading to that clearly won't come into your normal financial MIS. So even if your strategy, business strategy is market leader and every company would want to be that, not today, not tomorrow, maybe 20 years later for some people, the non-financial metrics are going to lead, drive towards that financial metric which is a market leader. There are different kinds of metrics that are there, and as simple as in terms of activity counts or ratios or percentages or even an indices or index kind of thing. And this is just a quick example of what could these different kind of measures be. And I've chosen obviously all the non-financial kind of measures here. Again, let me also warn you that please don't go with a drop-down menu of non-financial measures. Yeah, otherwise, there was a session on cybersecurity, but sometime I'm sure you would have had some session on AI and ChatGPT and things like that. So you to go to Google and you ask, okay, what are the non-financial metrics, and you'll get a laundry list of those measures. Question is it relevant to the task at hand? Drop-down menus are available. Is it relevant to the task at hand? So use these as a reference. Doesn't mean that everything is important for the task at hand, for your client that you're working with or whatever. So there could be certain things which are called activities, which is say learning mandates, audit non-conformances, turnaround on time, change over time, outstanding in terms of debts, so on and so forth. There could be measures which get measured in terms of a percentage. Unit of measurement is percentage, rejection rate, throughput, capacity utilization, repeat order rate, so on and so forth. Could be indices like customer satisfaction score or index, employee satisfaction score, OTFOS, which is on time, in full, on spec, things like that. And of course ratios, what is my conversion rate, what is my hit rate for proposals, so on and so forth, productivity kind of thing. But when you're choosing one or more of these non-financial thing, again at the cost of repetition, I'm starting with number one, is what is the business objective that you are starting with, because what are we measuring? Where are we vis-a-vis where we want to be? What is where we want to be? Business objective. So if the business objective changes, the measure will change. And therefore that drop-down menu is a starting point, not a direct copy, cut and paste kind of thing. Then of course is in terms of what is the data that is available. Sometimes depending again on the organization's maturity, it might be a great measure to have. It is a need to have measure, but the organization simply doesn't have the wherewithal to capture that measure. And like the last point says, sometimes the cost of measuring is actually too high vis-a-vis the actual benefit of measuring. Cost benefit analysis, simple thing. So you might say that let's have it, let's park it, let's work towards starting some mechanism where we will, over a period of time start measuring. Till then, we can have what is called a proxy measure or a supplementary measure. But you should still keep that because that is important. That is the final goal towards which you want to lead your organization. That from point A now, we don't have a wherewithal to measure it, but eventually we want to measure it because it is an important need to have measured. This is the leading versus lagging kind of measures that that we talked about and that were sort of alluded to by Milind. Why leading measures are important? And why are they called leading? They are called leading because they lead you to an action which is construed as a proactive action. All of us drive cars. I am assuming some of us would have driven or still drive two-wheelers. Now in the two-wheeler analogy, you have a fuel kind of cock, right? And there is a thing called, we all say, Gaadi reserve pe aa gaya. Now Gaadi reserve pe aana, or in a car analogy, when the fuel is low, you will get a yellow lamp flickering on your dial. What is that? It is a lead indicator. What is it leading you to? It is leading you to change your behavior, change your plan, and say that you are on your last liter, last 5 liters or whatever it is, go to a petrol pump and fill up your fuel. It is driving you to an action. If you don't take that proactively, the lag indicator will be your car or vehicle has stopped. Another example, this was of course colloquial example. Another example I'll give is, say from the pharma industry. We all know that in pharmaceutical industry, there are two, if I can use the word, sales channels or front-end channels. Like any other industry, there are salespeople, but unique to pharma, they have what is called MRs, medical representatives. All of us know that, right? What do MRs do? MRs, bechare, wait for hours together outside in a doctor's consulting room, and they get few seconds inside the room. Correct? And they hope that, kind of thing, that the doctor will listen to them, pay attention to them, and fingers crossed, eventually will prescribe their brand when it comes to prescribing that kind of medicine. Now, what is the lead indicator here, and what pharma companies capture? How much time did my MR actually get inside the room? Why is it a lead indicator? You will say lag indicator hai, because once he comes out, okay, 22 seconds or 1.5 minutes, I will not know till he comes out, he or she comes out. To that extent, it is lag. Why is it lead? Because if consistently an MR is spending reasonable time, whatever is the benchmark here, then the lag indicator is that hopefully in the next coming weeks and months, the prescription rate in and around that area in the medical stores for my brands of medicines will go up. My sales for medicines, my brands, will go up. That's the truly lag indicator. That is the importance of this lead indicator. And therefore, when you are looking at a mix of metrics, please ensure that there is a reasonable balance. I'm not saying 50-50, but there is a reasonable balance between what is construed as lead, drivers, and what is construed as lag, which is outcomes. Outcomes, though, anyway we have to measure, but please sort of supplement that with certain leading indicators. Important thing, we often use these two words sometimes synonymously. If we want to improve efficiency and effectiveness, those are very, very different things. Doing things right and doing right things, it's a play of words, but mean very, very different things. And therefore, again, what is the purpose? If it is efficiency, you will have different kind of measures. If it is effectiveness, you will have different kind of measures. One is talking about doing more in same. The other, perhaps, is talking of doing same in less. Doing more in same, doing same in less. Both are important. And again, you can sort of, depending on the need of your client's business, need of the company's business that you work with, you please choose whichever is the right kind of client. Again, like I said, I use the word drop down, I use the word Google, and I use the word AI and ChatGPT. So you will get 20, 40, 50 kind of measures. The framework that you need to apply is what I call VED, VED. VED is knowledge. Use that knowledge. This is the new way. Which of these metrics are absolutely vital? No questions asked, no discussion, no negotiation. These metrics have to be there, whether they are financial or non-financial. Once you have these, then you can't start, okay, now which are these additional measures that I want, which I am calling essential. And the third level, if at all your business is at that high level of maturity, is the desirable kind of measures. What you should not negotiate on or compromise on rather is the vital metrics which are non-financial in nature. Vital, essential, desirable. Let's keep these three things in mind. Measures for measure's sake, I've already mentioned that. These are sometimes mistakes that we often do. Not validating links or causal relationships. Why are we measuring this? Why are non-financial parameters important? We said finance, customer, process, people and technology. What is the causal relationship? That unless an organization has the right kind of people enabled with the right kind of technology, they will not be able to change the status quo of the processes. They will not be able to question these processes, not make the processes agile, modular and scalable. Unless that happens, we will not be able to meet our ever-changing consumer or customer expectations. And now getting into the financial territory, unless all this happens, you will not be able to meet your financial targets. That's the causal relationship in objectives, and therefore you need to have the causal relationship in the metrics that you are going to have. Finally, again ending on a lighter note, keep calm, measure everything. Thank you so much.
Excellent advice. Great insights into why NFPIs are important, non-financial performance indicators are important. As I had promised, I'll do only one thing at this point in time, and that's connecting dots. Well, after having understood why important and some part of how, let's try and understand the way in which we as management accountants can actually use them in practice. Whether we are consulting, whether we are working for a company, whether we are providing advisory to any of our clients, how to make use of it. Basically, overdose of anything is bad, is injurious. And that's clearly come out from his message, that don't look for number of measures. Number is not important. What's important is relevance of that measure. So for us, can come up with a very simplistic approach of developing these non-financial measures. First thing, look at vision or mission statement of the organization under consideration. From there, discuss with the management or the top management team and find out what are the critical success factors for that organization to succeed, to be able to be competitive in the market. And for each critical success factor, CSF as we can call it, have one non-financial measure. Even if you have 4 or 5 very vital kind of critical success factors and have 1 or 2 measures for each, 10-12 measures more than sufficient to begin with. Of course, as organization as well as you get mature, you could then make it much more comprehensive. One more thing which is closely related to our practice is the compliance reporting, which has a lot of measures that are of non-financial nature. ESG reporting. We talked about integrated reporting. In fact, integrated reporting includes measures of performance on 6 different types of capital. out of which one is financial capital. So we know all the measures for that. But manufactured capital, natural capital, social and relationship capital, intellectual capital and human capital. How do we measure performance on each type of the capital? Think on those aspects. Theories and management models definitely come to our rescue. He illustrated one with balanced scorecard. There is another which is called as performance pyramid. Again, you can Google it. This is not a session on performance pyramid, but that helps you, especially for manufacturing organizations. Performance pyramid. There is one more model, performance prism. Again, Google it. That's very useful for non-manufacturing organizations. Building block model, very useful for service type of organizations. So what I'm trying to say is, try and learn from these messages and come up with our own ways of arriving at relevant performance measures on non-financial fronts to be able to advise the management on how the lead indicators keep on improving, which would lead to an excellent performance in terms of financial performance, of course. So another thing which I just wanted to talk about is the lead and lagging indicators and their relationship with each other. Many times, and I've seen this in reports published by many companies, even in the annual reports you could find such mismatches, that they talk one thing in non-finance performance measure and the financial outcome is completely different. So there is a clear-cut mismatch. And if we can, notice that and keep handy with us when we meet the clients, it will help us in a better way of explaining them why there is a mismatch, and because of that mismatch, why the desired results the company is not able to achieve. So when deciding the non-finance measures, and there are quite a few measures, I'll give you one more tip. Look at that, please. When it comes to non-finance performance measures, there is a sustainability standards board, not of our institute, it's an international body which is now operating under the auspices of IASB, International Accounting Standards Board. ISSB is the new body. And an organization which was a child organization to ISSB, they have published non-financial performance indicators for 77 different industries. Now that can act as a lovely guide for us. 77 different industries. I mean, if you talk about agriculture and food, they have sub-types in it. Food production and food processing, different industry. BFSI, different sector. Automobile, component manufacturing, completely different. Cloud service companies, infrastructure as a service, software as a service, logistics, pharmaceuticals. 77 different industries. And not only they have come up with the measures, they have come up with advisory on how to measure them. They have defined the numerators and denominators. As a consultant, why reinvent the wheel always? Get the information from there and try and see that if you can use it with your clients, better it is. Or you can think and then maybe adapt some of those measures to suit your client's needs. So that's how just understanding that non-financial measures of performance are of great importance is not sufficient. What we need to do is to actually take it up as a part of our service to our clients. And that will provide greater value to the client rather than just looking at their balance sheet and saying, hey, you have not made profits. They will say, yeah, I know that. Like if you measure your blood pressure and the instrument shows 140/90, you don't have to wait for a doctor to tell you that it's high. Right? Why? That's more important. So going behind the curtain to understand the reasons, causal relationships, that's what he said. That's important. And if you look at those 77 industry suggested performance measures, it's an ocean of knowledge that's available readily for us. We don't have to depend on anything and anyone. It's an open, information that's available on the net. And you can download all that. I had done that 4 or 5 years ago. And I have been able to use it very, very effectively in whatever work I handle. So friends, on the whole, creation of value is no doubt important. But while measuring that value created, we also have to keep one eye on whether the organization is successful in retaining the value created, enhancing the value created, so that we don't face a situation where the value is getting destroyed, which is quite likely. And if that happens, the organizations won't be sustainable. So that's what the message that this session and his presentation plus my sort of value addition to it would be, before you. Thank you very much. I'll now leave the dais open for the comments by the other experts. Thank you very much.
It's not for comments, it's more for compliments. Very, very good afternoon, gentlemen, on the dais, of the dais. Mismatch. That's what Melinji. As a trust auditor, the client has shown 3,000 rupees towards poor feed expenditure in the accounts. 3,000. But that lady has brought with her some photos of the poor fed where hundreds, thousands of people are fed. The IT asked him, how much you spent? 3,000. How much you fed? 3,000. The trust lost its recognition in the income tax. Friends, real-time insights. Insights means here Antardrishti. Whether it is Marathi or in Sanskrit or in Telugu, it is Antardrishti, which you should possess. Thank you, Mr. Milenji. First of all, a warm welcome by Vyas, the Secretary of WRC. Then Milenji, in the capacity of the Chairman, has given the importance of the value which has to be created and quantified and retained. And next, the Advait man, the uniqueness. Claiming to be awkward position among all cost accountants, he has proved he has taken us too much forward than his awkwardness here. Good car, you should own. You should also be a good driver. Otherwise, you can't have the enjoyment of the car. Right decision, right time, right measures, right information, right people leads to right performance. Matrices are very, very important and they will help us take informed decision. NFC, alignment, realignment, fact, focus on effects, assess the progress, close the gaps. In fact, there is also, nowadays we call it vision gaps also, no? Vision gaps are also there. Then track the progress, support the accountability. When he compared financial parameters with non-financial, I thought he would give a list of many and I was about to write. He simply said that they are equal or the same side of the both coins or whatever. This means they are one and the same. One like mutual exclusive, one not mutual exclusive. They both are interdependent but independent. And balanced scorecard, customer is very, very important. The story remains, this is very good statement made by him. The story remains incomplete without non-financial parameters. They should be relevant and referral and mix of input output with 2 examples as given. Last, like our ABC in our cost accountants, VE, vital, essential and desirable. Keep calm, measure everything. It is also told by Mr. Millen in his capacity as speaker. You serve the customer. We always talk about beyond, plus, like that. So the service what should enter is beyond these two things. We had very, very good knowledge today from both speakers. And Mr. Millen, as is with all his experience, connected the dots very, 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 very well. Like honey, his name is Millen, which means honey. He connected all the dots very, very well. Vision statement should be discussed with the management and discuss with them the critical success factors. He has told about 6 capitals: financial pyramid, financial presume, relevant, 77 industries as given by the international committee. Serve the community. See, as an auditor, whatever you will serve extra. Every auditor signs balance sheet or cost sheet, but what did you give extra to your management? How do you prompt them to pay you more? Not mere signing, not mere structure. It's not sufficient. You should give him more than that and retain the value. That is what says. Finally, with my illiteracy in the field of this, Jai Kisan, Jai Jawan is told by Lal Bahadur Shastri. Vajpayee added Jai Vignan. Pradhan Ministry Honorable Pradhan Ministry Modi added Jai Anusandhan. Anusandhan in Collins dictionary means, English dictionary means detection, investigation and research. This is what exactly we are supposed to do as cost accountants. Friends, in my personal opinion, 20:80. Balance sheet, printed balance sheet, only you need 20% knowledge, 20%. Unprinted one, what the people have told, whether non-performing, non-financial, these are 80%, 20:80, which means according to me, 20% is given to the balance sheet printed figures. I know I know what is the value of cars sold by me in balance sheet. I know only the number of cars sold by cost report, but I want to know how many I have sold in Pune, how many in Maharashtra, how many, which color, these I want. This is information to the management to make more cars sellable, not mere balance sheet figure. Similarly, Gandhiji told, I don't know where is he, customer is God. For us, customer is God, client is God, take care of him. And you find in many restaurants they say that if you like this upma prasad, tell others. If you don't like, tell us. That means you should be frank enough to tell your client what are all his weaknesses, and then we can go analysis, brand retention, customer retention, innovation, market share. These are very, very important. Last is 7 small principles which every one of you know, but I repeat because I have been here. Account unaccounted ones, please take care. Measure unmeasurables. In fact, in Hyderabad 2 years back, we had a seminar called Measuring Unmeasurables. Very fantastic topic. The experience of the ITC, he has given a very good example of ITC, very good example. Predict unpredictables. It is not like the Indian Meteorological Department in lighter manner. Predict all unmeasurables. Measure all non-monetary parameters. Monetize. Try to monetize all non-monetary things. Monitor all non-monetary parameters. Manage all non-monetary parameters. Thank you everybody for your patience hearing. Thank you.
Thank you. As we are already late by 10 minutes, but I will take only 2-3 minutes to conclude. In concluding remark, I must say that when Sir started, he was telling that after a lunch, if you are, how the session will go, but if you are after lunch, if you are having a good dessert, so then your session will go like anything. So your session was like a good ice cream, but what I cannot name it. But in a vote of thanks, I want thanks you because I will welcome you at New Delhi and all the chapter locations because your presentation was a very, very value creating to the CMA profession. Because we people are stuck with the cost audit and our rational work. But the way you have taught us, you have woken up our Hanuman inside us. So I welcome you. rather than thank you for coming for this session, but you are always welcome at the institute level. And sir, Milind Date sir, you added the cherry on the cake, because the way sir has told and you have connected with our profession, it's a thank you sir. And Murthy sir, as usually, he always, gave the good presentation after having it with the 7 Ps and his own style and the same style, and he was keeping us awake because nobody was sleeping. That was the good performance of this session. And thank you, Mihir Vyas, for inviting us in the WARC region and bearing all of us. So thank you once again to all of you for patience listening, because already we are 10 minutes late. If I will not take much of it. Thank you.
Thank you, CMA Bhatti, and thank you all the dignitaries. Now we have tea break, small tea break, but that is also after 2 minutes. 5 minutes break after 2 minutes. And immediately we will begin next session.
I welcome you to the last session of today's program, that is on real-time reporting and analysis. It is truly an honor to stand before you today as we bring this enlightening journey to a close. The session's topic is real-time reporting and analysis, which is pivotal in today's business environment. It empowers organizations to adapt quickly to changing circumstances, make data-driven decisions, and drive continuous improvement across all aspects of their operations. To enlighten us on this topic, we have with us our esteemed guests. Now we will start our session. I request CMA TCA Srinivas Prasad sir, chairman of the session, to come on the dais. I request CMA Nanti Shah sir, treasurer WARC, to escort our esteemed speakers to the dais, Mr. Gopinath Jairaj sir and CMA Gopal Ramanan sir. I request CMA Abhijit Goswami sir, Central Council member, to come on the dais. I request CMA Harshad Deshpande sir, Central Council member, to come on the dais. I request CMA Nanti Shah sir, treasurer WARC, to give welcome address.
Excuse me all, there is a small announcement. With a heavy heart, I would have to announce that one of the most senior practitioners of our profession and pillar of the profession has expired yesterday. Our very own our very own Shirish Diwanji sir has expired today morning, which is a very, very sad affair for all of us. So I request all of you to just stand for 1 minute so that we can pay our homage to the departed soul. Thank you all. CMA Diwanji was of 89 years of age and he was keeping very well. I met him maybe a few months back in his office, very much keeping active in the profession. So we all youngsters have to take motivation from him that till the time you are fit and fine, you need to keep on serving the profession. With this, I thank you all for joining us in paying our prayers to the departed soul. Now I hand it over to Nati.
Good evening, my dear members, dignitaries on and off the dais. So the topic today for the third session, real-time reporting. And I hope that members who are having their sweet tea and coffee will report inside. But I would like to start by acknowledging and recognize the Management Accounting Committee headed by CMA Neeraj Joshi sir, and especially recognize the contribution of the co-opted members, CMA Rajiv Kumar Shriyastava, CMA SG Narsimhanji, CMA Dr. Narsimha Murthy ji, CMA Milind Date sir, who you have heard in previous session. In this session, first of all, real-time reporting in layman's language in the day-to-day terms. We are into election times. In morning, there is a statement from one political party. You hear, let's say, redressal or answer by other political party. It is thanks to the real-time reporting by the observers keeping watch on the other thing. Or let's say, if there is expected rain, some distance from the IPL match, the stance of the batsman changes, and they expect what kind of DL Duckworth Lewis will apply. So in each and every way we do apply real-time reporting. So in this session we delve into a critical topic of real-time reporting and analysis, a cornerstone in today's rapidly evolving business landscape. Mr. Gopinath Jairaj-ji, his extensive experience as a founder and CEO of Kondana Technologies, coupled with his background in leading the digital transformation at Tata Motors, uniquely positions him to elucidate on leveraging real-time information analysis for enhancing the business performance. And with over 3 decades of experience in corporate finance, CMA Gopala Ramanan's tenure as Vice President and JAPAC Controller at Oracle equips him with the necessary insights to delve into real-time financial planning and reporting, offering invaluable perspective for operational excellence and strategic decision making. In today's fast-paced business environment, where agility and adaptability are key to survival, management accounting emerges as a cornerstone of informed decision-making. As a forte of cost and management accountants, the management accounting goes beyond the traditional financial reporting. It dives deep into cost management, performance evaluation, and strategic planning, providing insights that financial accounting and reporting alone cannot offer in a real time. Incorporating real-time data and analysis into management accounting practices enables organizations to make timely informed decisions, steering them towards sustainable growth and competitive advantage. Today, as we explore the realms of real-time reporting and analysis, let us acknowledge the pivotal role of management accounting in providing the actionable insights necessary to navigate the complexities of the modern business landscape. As we navigate through this dynamic era, the ability to harness real-time data and insights have become paramount. The businesses are no longer just reacting, they are proactively shaping their strategies and based on the last minute information that they get. Today we are exploring how organizations can leverage this real-time information to drive efficiency, agility and ultimately sustainable growth. Furthermore, in the age where financial decisions are increasingly complex and multifaceted, the importance of real-time financial planning and reporting cannot be overstated. So our speakers will shed the light on how the businesses can adapt their financial strategies in real time, ensuring they stay ahead of the curve in the ever-changing economic landscape. As we embark on this journey of discovery, let us keep our mind open and actively engage with our speakers. And the insights gained today will have a potential to reshape the approach that our management accounting has and pave the way for the more agile and informed features. Once again, I extend a warm welcome to all of you in the third session, and I thank you for being part of this enriching session. Because after lunch and having one such power-packed session and the warm and sweet tea, I am sure that you will be fresh and very much into the session. With this, I end my address. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I take the opportunity to introduce our esteemed guests for today's session. I am sure their expertise and insights will enrich our knowledge and enhance our learning experience. Our first speaker is Mr. Gopinath Jairat sir. He is BE from University of Pune and MS Computer Science from Old Dominion University, USA. Currently, he is founder and CEO of Kondana Technologies. Kondana accelerates digital transformation in enterprises using their unique architectural consulting and niche software as a service platforms. He is passionate about digital technology. Prior to founding Kondana, he was the Chief Information and Digital Officer at Tata Motors, where he led the development of industry-defining products like Fleet Edge, which is India's largest commercial connected vehicle program, and SparkU Plug, which is India's largest integrated automotive data mesh, among many others. In his earlier career, he has held several senior leadership positions in Whirlpool Corporation and Tata Technologies. We are really fortunate to have you. I request CMA TCA Srinivas Prasad sir, Chairman of the session, to felicitate Mr. Gopinath Jairat sir. Thank you, sir. Our next speaker is CMA Gopal Raman, sir. He is finance leader with 3 decades of experience in corporate finance, controllership, merger and acquisition, treasury, taxation, corporate secretarial and legal. He has served on many corporate boards in the capacity of non-independent director. He has been with Oracle for the last 20 plus years and currently the Vice President and JPAC Controller, managing the financial controllership, US GAAP, local statutory accounting, mergers and acquisitions, treasury for the region, audits, ESG risk and compliance. He recently joined the board of directors of OFSS, a listed entity. He shares the Oracle success stories and his experience with CFOs to achieve operational excellence. Prior to joining Oracle, he worked in senior level with Standard Chartered Bank in India and abroad and a software company after starting his career as an investment banker. He is a regular speaker in various professional institutes, business schools and industrial forums on finance, technology and leadership. I now request CMA TCA Prasad sir to felicitate CMA Gopal Raman sir. Thank you. Thank you. Now I request CMA Nanti Shah sir to felicitate CMA TCA Srinivas Prasad sir, Chairman of the session. I request CMA Vivek Bhalerao sir, Regional Council Member, to felicitate CMA Avijit Goswami sir. Thank you. Now I hand over the proceedings to the chairman of the session. Thank you.
Good evening. I think all of you must be wondering who is the speaker, because I was working on the laptop. No, some of you must be wondering. Fine, we have got two great speakers, so it's better that we listen to them. But before that, the session is real-time reporting and analysis, right? So we have got when you have the knowledge, then you will be able to do anything. Normally it is said that knowledge is power. Only Napoleon Hill has slightly changed it. I think you must have read that book. Knowledge is potential power. Only when you put to use, then it becomes power. So we have technology, a lot of technology, we have been listening. All technologies, everything will give you a lot of things to work with, but unless we are going to use that, it's not going to help. And there is a classic case of you have the knowledge and what you do with that. I will say that and then I will hand over the podium to them. This is the dead horse theory. I don't know how many of you have heard this. Dead horse theory. Anybody? Real-time reporting. I'm going to talk about. The tribal wisdom of the Dakota Indians passed on from generation to generation says that when you discover that you are riding a dead horse, the best strategy is to dismount. Isn't it? That is a real-time reporting. Horse is dead. That is what you are supposed to do. However, with so much of technology, advent, knowledge, in modern business, education and government, we get so much of input. A whole range of far more advanced strategies. I think we were discussing about strategies, he was talking about potential, that's why I came out with that potential. I only borrow words because that's all I can do. And often employed, such as there are 14 important action plans with this knowledge. The first one is buying a stronger whip. The horse is dead, so buy a stronger whip. Changing the riders, threatening the horse with determination, appointing a committee to study the horse, arranging to visit other countries to see how others ride dead horses, lowering the standards. We were discussing about measurements and measure. So since I was listening to the speakers from morning, I thought I'll take all inputs and apply in one place. That's what I'm doing. Lowering the standards so that the dead horses can be included. Reclassifying the dead horse as living impaired. Hiring outside contractors to ride the dead horse. Harnessing several dead horses together to increase the speed. Providing additional funding and or training to increase the dead horses' performance. Doing a productivity study to see if lighter riders would improve the dead horses' performance. Declaring that as dead horse does not have to be fed, it is less costly, carries lower overhead, therefore it contributes substantially more to the bottom line of the economy than do other horses because they involve expenses. Rewriting the expected performance requirements of all the horses. Promoting the dead horse to a supervisory position of hiring another horse. So we have knowledge, but if you are, that is a knowledge only. It's only a potential knowledge, and we have real-time information also, how we are going to put that real-time info into practice, into action is going to make all the difference and certainly to dismount from the dead horse. I thank the organizers for the opportunity given and wish you a wonderful session with these two speakers. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Great, thank you. So, good evening once again, and special thank you to all of you. I know this is the last session of the day, and it takes special interest and willpower to be able to attend it. So, I really thank you for that, and I hope that whatever we speak is of use to you. It's worth the time that you have taken to stay back and listen to us. So, the topic that we'll be covering, or I'll be covering today, is leveraging real-time information and analysis to improve business performance. Right, very long, a lot of words, mouthful as a topic. So actually, I'm going to be focusing on essentially three words in this topic, which is real-time information and business. Right, and real-time information is changing the world today, and I'm going to be talking a little bit about that and how we can harness this and change the way we are doing our business is something that I'll be talking about. And we'll see how this is actually driving the change that's happening inside our businesses, and how we need to be looking at it as professionals who are working in this space, in how we're able to measure and improve the business performance within organizations. So the brief agenda that I'll be covering quickly in this few minutes is we'll be talking about the changing enterprise context. Right. So what are the enterprises that we're working within today, and how the context is changing. What does digital native look like? And I'll explain that a little bit when I get into the details of my talk. There are organizations that are taking advantage of real-time information and using that as the basis of their business. And basically these organizations that we call as digital natives. What does a digital native look like? I'll use an example that I'm sure all of you are very, very familiar with. We'll then talk about how those principles can be applied, or how we can apply those principles to leverage driving business change within a traditional enterprise, and finally we'll hopefully have some time for comments or questions. So with that, let's take a look at what a traditional enterprise looks like in the digital era, right? And we're all, of course, a community of cost accountants. Again, myself, I'm not an accountant, but I have worked with a lot of you and a lot of your community, and we understand exactly how important you are to the organizations. And typically, the enterprises that we are talking about are traditional enterprises who have always been engaged in manufacturing a product or providing a service, right? So essentially, the objective of the entire business would be to manufacture a particular product and put it into the hands of the customer, or provide a particular service to the customer. With the advent of the digital era, what's really happened is that the product itself is not enough, the service itself is not enough. You're really being asked or challenged by the customer to say that what is the experience that you're providing to the customer. So we are really looking at transferring the idea of the product to the point that what is the customer experiencing out of it. Also, what is a business outcome or an outcome that you're trying to enable for the customer. So to take an example, if you're manufacturing a vehicle or a car, the car is the product, but really you want to know what the experience is of actually using that product. What's the experience of actually purchasing and using that product is what the customer is really looking for, and that's what's actually being sold today. Similarly, if you're buying, say, insurance, which is a service, it's not just that you're buying that as a service provided by an organization. It is there for a purpose, which is it has to serve when the time comes when you have to actually consume it or use that particular service. So that outcome that you get out of it is what really the customer is looking for. And in this changing paradigm, what we want to really see is that how does the point about information and analysis, or how information is driving the business that has to happen in the ecosystem. I'll just talk a little bit about this, a technical diagram, but I'm sure all of you will really understand it because you are heavily using this. In traditional enterprises, and I'm talking about traditional enterprises and information systems that drive traditional enterprises, essentially they are looked at it in two separate layers. So you have the business layer or the physical layer where the actual business process happens, right? Then you have a systems layer where the impact of those business processes, the activities that happen in the business process gets captured, and then you have the financial impact of that being pulled down into, looking at how the accounting is actually being done. So the accounting of these activities or the impact that these activities have on the business are actually pulled down and analyzed by all of us in this room, right? And that information is again used to provide feedback. The interesting thing here is that none of this information is in real sense real time, right? The business event has already occurred. There's an activity that's being captured around that business event, and that information is being processed. So, and in the real sense that even the fastest or the best systems, and someone mentioned ERP systems earlier on today, and we are all familiar with ERP and CRM systems. They are recording actions and activities when the business events happen, and that record is really being converted into information and used as reports to drive insights for an organization, right? You're all with me with this. The point being here is that we are not really driving this in the real time. And also the business is operating in two separate layers. You have the physical layer where the business activities are being predefined, and then you have the information layer which is being reflected from there. So given this paradigm of using systems of record to drive or to capture business performance and then use that information to drive business performance is really our traditional way of operating. Now I want to contrast this with what's happening on the digital world, or what's happening with in true sense a real time business occurring in real time, right? And for that I wanted to take an example that we probably are all very, very familiar with. You all, I'm sure, have used Uber. It is interesting because Uber is one of the core digital native companies, and it's interesting to think that what happens when those paradigms and those ways of working are applied to an enterprise, a traditional enterprise, and how we can enable that. That's what I'm trying to kind of delve into when I'm talking about it here. So this organization Uber, how does it work? This is this bunch of steps that I put here. They are from the Uber website. What's interesting is, of course, I'm sure none of you or none of us actually used the website to understand how it works. It's so intuitive that you automatically just open the app and you figure out how it works as you go along. And that's one of the very distinguishing features of digital native companies. Very simply, what does Uber do? The rider opens the app. The rider is matched with a driver. The driver picks up the rider. The driver takes the rider to his destination, and then both of them share the ratings. I'm sure all of us have done it. I did it. I just came over from Pune this morning, and I used Uber to come down here, and we did exactly this, right? What's interesting here is that the business itself is completely real time. Think about it for a second. There has been no record of my needing to come here until the point I opened the app and put it in. The driver who I was assigned to, or the driver who picked my ride, also had no clue about me existing until the point that my information was made available onto the app or onto their platform. The two are connected in real time, and the whole business transaction happens. Now, this is where we are going with defining business events, having business events occur as they happen, and use those event information to actually drive the transaction that happens as part of your business. So thinking about it and thinking a little bit about why this works, there are three dimensions, right? So we analyze this in detail, and digital native companies, of course, have been doing this for a while. But if you want to take this context as to what is special about what they're doing and how do they leverage real time and bring it into a traditional enterprise context, it's important to understand what is the underlying pillars of this. So the three main questions that get answered when you want to make a business transaction like this happen. The three simple questions are who, what, and when, right? So what's the question who? In this particular Uber example, it's the rider, that's the customer, the driver, and the vehicle. So these three are the three entities that are involved. What is the purpose of what has to happen, which is basically an individual having a particular location, that's my location where I am starting and making the request, the location of the driver, making sure that the driver is in vicinity so that they are able to actually be connected and a transaction can happen. That information, and of course what the destination is going to be, whether that's something that enough information or about the what about the transaction is given to the driver so that he can take a decision whether he wants to take and accept that ride and not take that there, and what it would cost, what would be the revenue for the driver and what would be the cost for the rider. All this information is there, and the third important and probably the most important point about this is the when, because all of these things are happening in real time. Now think about the fact that the business event happens in real time, and the information, the important thing here to remember is that the underlying framework, the foundation, this information is constantly being kept, is being absorbed and kept ready. And the event actually happens by matching these things at a point of interest at that point of time. Now taking this point forward, so the three dimensions that we want to making sure is having the identity, having the data and having the event captured. And can we now think about how this type of real-time analysis, real-time, I would say, instantiation of a business event or creation of a business transaction, how do you bring that type of input into a traditional enterprise? And how and why we should be doing this so that we will be able to drive efficiency and effectiveness of our enterprise going forward. So this whole concept, and of course this has become a word now, and I really looked it up. I was thinking it's slang, but actually it is in the Cambridge Dictionary. There's this word called Uberization, right? And it kind of explains this thought process of taking the fact that you are able to create business events and really respond to them in real time and using that to define your actual business is this process called Uberization. And how do we bring this Uberization concept into our traditional enterprises, and how do we actually use that to be able to drive business process efficiency? So I'm just taking this example and saying that, okay, let's look at a traditional enterprise. Now we are talking about, we're not talking about Uber, which is made specifically for ride sharing or cab hailing as they are called in these type of companies. I'm talking about a traditional enterprise. Take for example a discrete manufacturer who's manufacturing, say, a product, and this is in this particular case is manufacturing a vehicle. Typically, the whole process of manufacturing a vehicle and the systems that are there to govern it or to manage it are kept into what is called as the enterprise system landscape, right? Something which is sitting inside the company. And this is, you have the traditional names, the ERPs, the PLMs and the CRMs that are there to actually facilitate and record all the business events that happen within an enterprise. To be able to enable this kind of Uberization, what you really want to do is enable your network. The network consists of both people inside your company and people who are outside the company, and you'll have to find a way to connect these networks together in order to make the business transactions happen. And for that, we actually add a layer called a digital layer there. And what does this digital layer actually do? Before we do that, I'll just set up the case on one particular use case. Now, everything you'll be able to get an idea of if you have an understanding of a use case. I'm sure you've seen those cement trucks that we've been driving around in almost every city now because we are having a boom of infrastructure and development. Those cement trucks are actually two parts, right? You see, a truck is usually manufactured with a chassis, which is the basic truck, and then there's a cement mixer which is fitted on top of it. There are two fairly complex engineering products which are combined together to form a cement truck. When a customer who wants to buy a cement truck typically buys it and puts it to use by giving it out on lease or rent to whoever is using it to do the construction. So the customer actually has to go to a dealer, ask for a cement truck. The dealer has to take that order, puts it back into the OEM who has to make that particular vehicle and supply it to them. Now the whole challenge here is that this whole transaction takes a significant amount of time. It takes about 45 days traditionally for a vehicle to get manufactured post the creation of the order. Now look at the customer experience here. The customer usually buys this. These are typically 50 lakhs for the truck, 50 lakhs for the cement mixer. It's a 1 crore product. The customer, and these products are not bought on just on a booking. They actually have to pay the money because it's a special purpose vehicle. So you're talking about taking a credit by putting the money down to buy to book this particular vehicle and sitting and paying the EMI even for the first month or first 1.5 months with the product not showing up. And you don't have any revenue because you're actually making revenue on this product when it's on the road. So you're really having a customer experience which is not very great, and you're really looking at the entire process taking its time, mainly because of the fact that once the product, the order comes in and it takes that much time to get processed. Now think about bringing a real-time insight and think about making this process more efficient. And that's the kind of solution that we had worked with, and we had made that happen. And it's interesting because there is a significant financial reflection of this on the back end of it, which drives the whole business process. The main reason being that even the supplier who has to actually make the cement mixer itself, he has a certain amount of time it takes to build it, but he also has to take a credit for buying the material and building that. The main problem that we did when we looked at it and we analyzed it is that the whole process chain was very well defined. Everybody knew that this is happening. The order has come in, and everybody, including the supplier, knew that the order was coming in and they had to start working upon it. Clearly, the benefit we could have driven is about making the two vehicles, the two parts, the car and the chassis of the truck and the cement mixer being manufactured simultaneously. The challenge was that the supplier was never ready to start manufacturing until he was seeing the vehicle inside his own yard. And why was that? Because schedules change. This guy takes money from the financier, starts manufacturing, and the truck doesn't show up. He has a ready cement mixer sitting there on his floor, and there is no truck to load it on. And now he's paying interest on that money that he has this one, and he has not been able to invoice. The challenge really was clearly not the lack of information, but lack of confidence or lack of faith in the fact that the transaction is going to happen. Think about the same thing in Uber. Unless you see the driver start moving his car, you're not sure if you're getting the ride or not. And that real-time information on having the inside of the vehicle moving towards you, and this guy saying that this guy is still there waiting for the ride, makes the transaction happen. And that happens only when you are able to bring in the real-time insight into this whole process. And that is what essentially the intervention that's happening now with the digital world is happening. And this is exactly what we did here too. The who, the what, and the when, what and the when were analyzed. Of course, the four entities here, the dealer, customer, the supplier, and the OEM manufacturer were the who. The what was, of course, what the order was made, where the order had to be delivered, and what the pieces were to be put together. The when was the most important. So, if you have a way by which when the manufacturing, the sales order drops into the CRM system, the manufacturing order goes to the floor, the same information through a digital application is reflected to the supplier, and he sees the vehicle start getting manufactured. He has the confidence to go and put in his capital and start building the cement mixer piece on his side, and driving these two things together drastically cut down the entire cycle time, so that you are able to get a manufactured product in as much difference as more than 100% saving of time. A 45 days cut down to 22 days. And now you can imagine that the entire ecosystem benefits from this. It's real time to this extent that the moment a decision is made by a customer to purchase a vehicle to the point that the customer receives the vehicle from the dealer, the entire chain of information is being captured. Not only being captured, one event, business event, drives the other. And this is the most important aspect of what I would want to call out here. When you talk about driving real-time business processes, it's about capturing real-time events. It's about capturing all the data around the real-time event. It's about capturing all the entities that are required to make sure that they all have access to this information. And this is a very important point. People, we tend to overlook this. It's important that the right information gets shared with all the entities inside, both inside the organization and outside the organization. And that's not something that's traditionally done very easily. And that's something that all organizations have to now, or starting to build systems to be able to drive that. And having this all coming together gives you a significantly beneficial outcome for everybody involved. The OEM gets the turnover happen quickly. The proposition becomes more attractive because now the vehicle is available quickly. The customer gets the vehicle faster, and of course the supplier is able to keep the money locked up for a much shorter time, and is able to turn it over and make sure that his product is also into the hands of the customer as quickly as possible. So with all this background, I just want to call out once again the three pillars, or the three kind of background foundation pillars that you require to drive real-time business execution. It's about identity, it's about events, and it's about data. And having these three things together, you'll be able to build the foundation to take a traditional enterprise with all the ERP and the CRM and all those things are of course required and required to be there. But with this layer, you'll be able to actually drive the change that is required in driving real-time business. So I just modify the talk as what I was talking about. We are not talking about leveraging real-time information analysis. It's about leveraging digital, and not just to inform but transform, or not just to improve but transform the business, and get breakthrough results as we want to go forward. I firmly believe that this is something that's happening in multiple pockets and places in various industries, and there will be a time where these dots will get connected to the point where industries will be performing in a much different kind of a paradigm and much different kind of a pace, and catch up with the digital native organizations that are out there. So with that, I will conclude what I wanted to share here today. I hope that was useful. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable inputs. Now I request our next speaker, CMA Gopal Ramanan sir, to share his views.
Thank you. Thank you for staying back. Unfortunate people, but I'll make sure that at least you are not bored. If not, you are not getting any insight.
Don't worry about it. So
close and let me play a devil's advocate here. So we all know, right, digital transformation and whatnot, ERP moving into, and once you're getting into the ERP, then you have to bother about audit trail. And once you're getting the audit trail, or the audit trail for the ERP and audit trail for the database, so many things are there. So the question here is, how we have to approach this one. Well, we have gone through the pains and on the cybersecurity, my friend Ravi was mentioning about moving from one version of the Oracle to the other. We are the guinea pigs and we tested and then give it to the customers. So question here is, it's a poll question, not on the screen but real time. In a 100 meters dash, sorry I'll be using more sports because I'm more into sports than my studies.
Oh, really?
In a 100 meters dash, whoever runs fast or the fastest will be the winner. How many of you disagree with this? Yes sir, why?
Immediately I cannot answer this question.
Okay, thanks. That's an answer actually. So it's not the question of who runs fast or something. Whether you are running in the right direction is more important. You may be faster, but if you are running on the different direction, it won't make sense. So with that, let me move. So the first question I have is, what really do you want? I was talking to somebody else earlier. You have just, you are doing a 10 crore business, but you do only 5 billings in a year, and the rest of the month you are sleeping. Do you want a real-time information? So it's not because everybody is going into real-time information. I want to invest in ERP, I want to invest in EPM, this enterprise performance management system, I want real-time. First of all, you need to know whether you want it or not, and why you want it. Maybe for compliance purpose or your decision making purpose, something that you need to do. And how do you get there? There are many ways. One, you can see your process itself, not necessarily, okay, immediately, okay, call some ERP guys, consultants, and tell them what I need to do. First, you need to see your own process. And we as a management accountant, I'm a CMA, so we need to reassess the clients or our own processes and see whether we really require something external to do it or whether our process needs to be redesigned. Then, should I go in the big bang or in a phased approach? I will automate only my first thing. When I speak a lot in shared service centers for multinationals, first thing they talk is, can I automate my bank reconciliation? Okay, there are many things we have done. And in 2010, we have done centralization of board of directors of the countries within one particular shared service center. So, something that we need to see how we can get there. And for all these things, it's easy to make a PPT. As he was mentioning, right, 3.5 crores is the investment. We have to move from one version to the other. I know if the paper is light, it's good. If it is a booklet, you may be damaged also, probably. So you need the executive support in terms of what you want to do. Okay, let me stop you. How much time I have? Okay, let me start my time. Done. Yeah, sure. Okay, thank you. And then you need to be ready to invest in the technology. What is the right technology? That's something that you need to do the assessment, not just that, okay, there is nothing called off the shelf, something like a server on the river. You can't buy something and then install and tomorrow bang, you are getting real-time information. In fact, some of the things which I used to tell since Mr. TZA was mentioning about the dead horse theory, I just take a 30 seconds story. The king sentenced a person saying that you are hanged, do you have any wish? He said, king, give me a horse, I'll make it fly, but I need 1 year's time. So everybody was wondering, how do you make the horse fly? So people said, yes, let me see. In 1 year's time, the king may be thrown out. The king may die and the son may become king. He may pardon me. or at the end, who knows, the horse may fly also. So believe in whatever you are doing in that, it may work also. Okay, and once you have done that, it's not the end of the story. It's a continuous process. You need to invest on your process improvement and on the technology, what is latest. You call AI, you got ML, which we are talking now, which I have seen in when we do some international conferences. I have seen this in 2017, 18, whatever they have done. I don't want to take much time on the technology side here. So once you have done this one, what next? Okay, as my friend Gopi was mentioning about the connected systems. Okay, do I need to have connected systems? Yes, it will help you. If you don't have the connected system, you need to first connect it. Otherwise, we all know accountants run reports from each of the standalone systems and start reconciling, and by the time you do it, the number will change. So, what is the need? Yes, to have a concerted effort in taking the numbers, you need a connected system. If it is not connected, see any tools which can do it. You cannot say that, okay, it's not connected, get me one suite which can connect everything. If you can afford, yes. If not, see something which can run on top of all the standalone systems who can give the results to you. Because we have done it, and I have spoken to many CFOs where they come and say, no, I have one CRM and one type of ERP from different vendors. Do I need to change everything to one ERP? Not required. So, how can I connect? There are a lot of connectors which are available, and there are system integrators who can do it for you. And when you are doing all these investments and technology, you need to see whether it can be scalable. Okay? Because changes are happening day in, day out, and whoever is dealing with GST may be knowing it. And after 2 months of GST implementation, I gave up reading GST. Let them settle, and then I'll read the GST Act so that I can understand. Okay, real-time financial. So my friend spoke about the operational part, but as a finance guy, I'm just talking about real-time financial on two aspects. One is the planning side, right? I used to do it, more of the webinars I do during the COVID time. Every alternate day, some webinar or other, somebody asked me, some customers asked me to talk about that. One of my friends who's is a CFO in one of the breweries, a leading brewery. He said one day the government will say, okay, stop, okay, you cannot sell liquor, okay, next you can sell liquor. So how will they plan it, right? So that's something that it should be agile system, and it should be on a real-time basis. So financial planning plays a vital in terms of, we have seen the previous session also the value. People talked about how will I know whether in the first month I am on the right track. So somewhere that planning needs to be changed. You create a budget, but at the end of the year the forecast will be totally different. So you need to, the rolling forecast needs to be there, and it needs to be have a financial planning system, and for that you need to have the real time to see whether you need to skew it, or you want to change it, or you want to, of course you can't say I don't want to do it, but how do you want to change it? And the agility. So that is more important in the forecasting, because the moment you say, somebody says, okay, this product cannot be sold, you need to know what you need to do. You cannot say, no, I budgeted, I need to do it. You can't harp on that. Use AI and ML with a warning. AI and ML are not a panacea. Okay? It's not a CD or a tool which you can just download and run on your computer, which will give you everything like a ChatGPT. No. It's garbage in, garbage out. AI ML will study your process and gives a solution. For that you need some human. And a day before yesterday I was in the AI meeting of the CME Institute only. People ask the question, can I believe that what AI does? Whatever AI says, can I follow it? So the question is good, but the answer depends. Right? And it cannot be like today you come and tell me, Gopal, I need to change the process, I want to improve it, will AI do it? Yes. But we need to study the system for at least 3 to 6 months to see how best we can do it. People said, but even if that it's good, I said, you go, how many of you trade in stocks? It's Mumbai, so financial capital. You just download some AI tool and follow the suggestions made by the AI tool. Will you do it? Definitely we will not do it because we know it's our money, right? So AI and ML can give you a solution, but what we need to understand is how we structure that one, the language. Because AI and ML follows whatever instruction we give, and it can suggest something, but you need to take the call. On the planning, on the reporting, the book closure can be much faster. Though it's a disclaimer I need to give to my organization that I talk more on a generic as an industry expert, not as an Oracle person, but we close the books, which is a known thing, of all the NASDAQ companies and SEC reporting companies, or you call whatever the top companies in the US, Fortune. We close the books in 6 days and report on the 10th calendar day of the month, succeeding quarter, to the NASDAQ and SEC. So how is it possible with the usage of technology? Of course, we can't use anything other than our own thing. So what's a big thing? Why you need to close the books in 10 days? Why can't you do it in 30 days? Thing is, I get 20 days to look forward than looking backward for the next 20 days. So this is something which helps. And then timely compliance. I don't need to scratch my head for complaints because I can run the report and then I can do my compliances. And we also have something called within 90 days we have to close all our subsidiary audits. We have about 500 plus subsidiaries. And as I mentioned, you have time more to look forward than to see what you can, data mining and all. And more than anything else, as he was mentioning, the person, we use Amazon, right? And my kids use it more than me. And they will know, first thing they'll say is, Papa, I'm going out. And then they'll say, oh, my thing is out for delivery, I'll stay back. Real-time decision making. So it helps. Like the algorithm is such that it captures on a thing and it says it reached the final destination, it's out for delivery, you know that you're going to get it at least in 5-6 hours. Okay, so I know it's a bit faster. I want to have more time to on the Q&A possible because normally I don't stay in one place, and though I was advised, I am a person who moves around on the stage, or I will come down and ask questions. TJ knows about me. How many of you know this place? Which place, sir?
Duke's Nose, right?
Sorry?
Duke's Nose, Lonavala.
It's a Siam fort.
Oh.
What it has got to do with the real-time reporting and analysis? It's a group of people who are from Churchgate area. They engaged one person, eagle, and said, I want to fly. So the eagle said, no, you need to have wings. Okay, let's get some artificial wings. So they tried, and they fixed, and they tried and tried and tried. After 30-40 days, they were able to fly something. And eagle said, let's go to some hillock. So they flew from Gateway of India, and then went to the Siam Fort. They were able to fly, and they really enjoyed when they landed there. And they did high five and thanked the eagle, and eagle said, okay, great guys, now you know how to fly. You don't need me, I'm going off. Eagle went off. These people celebrated and then got on from the hillock, took taxi and came back to Nariman Point. Friends, not more than a joke. We have spent a day here learning certain things. Okay? Try to implement certain things when you do. Go back and in your work. Don't get into your WhatsApp, Facebook and emails of your office. Spend time in going back and assessing. You'll learn something, how you can put to use to that. Thank you, Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable guidance. Now I request CMA Avijit Goswami, sir, Central Council member, to express his views.
Good afternoon. Honorable Chairman of the session, TCS Prasad sir, Honorable Speakers, Gopinath sir and Gopala sir, and Nanti Shah from WRC, and my colleague in the council from Pune, Harshad Deshpande on the dais. Off the dais, from the morning we had our President, Vice President, galaxy of Central Council member, past presidents, D.V. Joshi sir, Amit Apte sir, our former council members, A.N. Raman sir was here, and Shraddha Bhargave sir was here, and senior members, those who are still here, thank you all for staying back, and it's the last session. More than this session, what I'd like to say that from the Institute's perspective that we are going to hold Cost and Management Accounting Day today. It's an effort taken by the Chairman of the Cost and Management Account Committee, Neeraj Joshi, and Neeraj Bhai, and especially President and our Central Council, we decided. So we are going to have these type of interactions, at the end of the day, our profession is going to stay. Cost and management accounting is the order of the day. It will be here, whatever happens. We have seen the changes that has taken place in last 2 years did not happen last 2000 years. Today, particularly in this session, our Gopinath sir has given the perspective of real-time things with wonderful example of Uber. So, sir, it's a very good example from the operational perspective, and our Gopala sir has said about the ERP and AI and all those what we are seeing. Actually, what is real time? Real time, we have seen that we are from the age of hand accounting to that tally and other things, and then came ERP. And I'll tell you, cost and management accounting perspective, we are talking also. Financial accounting is one side, cost and management accounting is other side. But thing is that what I have seen from my thing, that, and I understand, our accountant, our Indian accountants are the best in the world. I have been working, I was an NRI for last 18 years. I worked in 15 countries. I worked with 54 nationalities. And end of the day, I got that opinion. I was the director of finance of Dubai government retail business also for last 10 years. So what I have came to know from those outsiders, they have an impression Indian accountants are the best accountant in the world. So, and we will prove that, and cost and management accounting is coming in a big way. I'm telling you, people are comparing with CA, chartered accountant, and post-mortem work, what we are futuristics and all. But trust me, whatever I have seen in Germany, I have seen in France, how diligently, I work in South Africa also, how diligently they work in the costing system. But the way we understand, people say that cost audit is not required, but personally I believe that cost audit is very important. Cost accounting, we are evolving, we are doing cost and management accounting. The thing is that in ERP also, in AI also, whatever AI will come, I agree fully with that. What is garbage in, what is garbage out. If we cannot capture the data, we cannot give. I remember one incident of my career in one of the companies I was implementing in the ERP system of the international chain of restaurants. So, in the pilot project, when I did that one ERP implementation, the KPI of the restaurant industry is the food cost. So it was a fine dining restaurant. So the South African director of finance told me, Abhijit, what is your food cost? I said the food cost is 22%. He said he fudged the number. I said no, I captured the number. That's why I got that one. So he said, I have implemented in UK, I have implemented in Australia. I said, all the places I go and I show you. And in fact, I did went there. 15 days I stayed in Australia. 15 days I stayed in London and showed them that we are the best accountant in the world. We are the cost accountant. Okay, so end of the day, we should be very proud of the fact that we are doing from the council point of view. Actually, I wanted, in no other sessions, we got the question answer opportunities. Honorable speakers, if you have any questions also, you can ask them. That would have been good opportunity. If any of you want to ask anything to our distinguished speakers, anyone? Feel free, this is our family function.
Sir, mic please.
Please ask questions because they have come, they have got huge experience. You ask the questions before I should have.
I am asking, sir. Sirji,
Our chairman, honorable chairman, you should know about our council members also, you know. Our honorable chairman, you know the energy. He is the IT man. Throughout the day, he is with the computer. And what not he has done, the only thing is left, the ERP implementation in our institute. And that will be done, I am sure. Because he is doing like anything. All the membership section, you must have seen our websites also. Lot of changes. If you have any recommendation, anything, please feel free to ask our TCSR. Means not only in his areas, he is looking after everything, trying to integrate the best performance from all departments. So, yes, please.
Yes,
please introduce yourself.
Hello.
Hello.
I was coming good evening, sir. I am very proud. 1987 batch. As like when we are referring to the IS officers, we often come across the term so and so years IS officer batch. So I am December 87 CMA batch, rather ICW batch. And it's good. When the computerization began, it is always said, ego, garbage in, garbage out. AI is developed by human intelligence. The same principle applies there. If you don't put your syntax, I'm talking about the computer programming language. If you don't put your syntax correctly, AI will not give you the correct or what can I say? Correct answer. It is as like truth and fact. Truth is that sun is rising in the east. Correct? Any question?
Correct.
But fact is that sun is there itself, earth is rotating from west to east. This is the fact.
Yes. So what is your question to our honorable?
So the question to honorable Daz is that when people are getting afraid of the AI and other things or praising the AI, it is always that it is human intelligence who are going to surpass every fear as well as joy of the artificial intelligence. If I am wrong, the guys can correct me. That's my request to them. Thank you.
You are absolutely correct. You are absolutely correct. Sir, if you want, any of you want to add anything? Please, sir.
See, there's a fear that, okay, if AI and ML comes in, we will lose our job. Yes, we will lose the job where the jobs are repetitive and, for example, sir, I'm just 3 years younger to you in terms of the qualification. I passed in 1990. So, those days I used to write in books, accounts, then came Tally, and those days not even Excel. There's no Windows, it's a DOS based. So question here is, when computer came in, people thought accountants will lose their job. but then came the thing called functional consultants. So to code something into your AI and ML, you need humans. Because AI and ML can do it. There is an augmentative AI which can course correct itself by learning. Once we run that thing on the ERP and then it studies and then it will suggest you. For example, ChatGPT. In fact, that's something that Mr. TCA was asking earlier. How many of you know the expansion of ChatGPT? Why?
Generative predefined text.
Yeah, GPT alone you can say it's a chat.
Generative predefined text.
Yeah, you are almost there. It's a transformer.
It is transformer.
So people, we just make something, okay, I don't want to put my efforts, okay, you do it and I'll follow. Someone asked me, Gopal, when I do a lot of panel sessions and presentations, and people suggest, go to ChatGPT, it will give you the pointers. I said, no. I'm invited because I know people think that I have something which I can share. Not that I'm demeaning any ChatGPT or anything, because the moment you get some 10 pointers there, your normal intelligence will not be there. You will always go with what that point is and then you are happy with that. My suggestion is, it's a recommendation given by AI. It's up to you to whether to accept or not. And that implies when you are investing in the organization, you cannot take the choice because you are investing money not to take a recommendation, but it has to work. That's where consultants comes in place, and then they study for at least 3 to 6 months the process and test it and then run it on that. But I'll tell you, after 6th, 7th month you run it, there is a process change, again you need to change it because it will not go and understand it. So it goes by repetitive. I think someone was mentioning about going in Calcutta, right? I don't know whether it was you, yeah. Pongal Vada was coming. So it will study. I'll tell you, we did it in 1999 and I was in the software company heading the finance. I used to work with SDA, all the banks in the world. We did the leading employer of, when I say employment, it's a deployment of IVR, interactive voice response. So ICICI came with a suggestion, okay, let's see, because you have to choose, can I Hindi, Gujarati, Hindi, whatever it is you want to do. After 5 times you choose the same thing, next time it will say, as a favorite, do you want to see the screen in Gujarati? So that's something that machine will learn and then give it to you. You can still override that. So AI and ML, as I said, is not a panacea, it's a tool. How effectively you use it, it's in your hands. I hope that was the question and its answer. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So, our institute is also working on changing syllabus also. Technology will play a bigger role in our syllabus also. So, we look forward for all of your support and that topic on the real time. Just, I would like to share how the operational things, as I told you in the retail experience, I was in Japan. There at around 12 o'clock, I was in a supermarket. 12 o'clock, there was an announcement. Announcement means there are forecasts that rain is coming. Immediately, I saw in front of the supermarket, they put the umbrellas, big carton of umbrellas, they kept it. Within half an hour, it got sold, everything, and 2:30, the rain, heavy rain came. And it was done. That way the real-time business was done. And as speaker has said also, within 6 days, we are closing the accounts. Actually, if we can close work on the real time, it really helps in many decision makings. And maybe at the end of the day, again, whether we are able to capture all the informations to get the true and fair view of our financials. So, without taking much more time, I'd like to take the opportunity to our youngest, one of the youngest Central Council member, Harsha Deshpande from this Western region, to please come and offer a vote of thanks.
Sir, one suggestion for a syllabus.
Yes, sir.
Can I?
Yes, sir, please.
syllabus. Nowadays, we are having an excellent tool, what has been presented here about the AI and ML language.
Yes.
I recommend and request to have consideration that all our exams should be MCQ based. In the sense, there are exams like CETs and other things, competitive exam entrance system. Most of them, at least 90% or so, I appeared for the CET 2 years ago, along with my daughter. And in an 8 hours study only, going through this one, I scored 45 marks out of minimum in that exam. I was quite happy because my daughter has studied heavily for 4 months and she has got some 92 marks. Of course, she has not qualified for the entrance, but with the 45 in the MCQ questions, it was a good thing. There are many things which are being talked about. The checking of the papers and whether it's the subjectivity is there while human beings check this paper personally.
Sir, we'll definitely our studies department is the studies.
Okay, I'm finishing it. I am suggesting the MCQ questions for all our exams that council will take care of.
Yes.
Give thought to it.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Raman, please come. Please come. Mike, after that, vote of thanks by Arshad.
My name is A.N. Raman, December 1980 batch. Much more senior to my gentleman. Okay, I'll come quick straight to the point. One finishing touch on how the real-time data is directly hitting the cost and management accounting profession, because all the topics today have a lot of direct bearing on our subject and our profession. So I'll end up the day from my side with an example on that by adding to the real-time manufacturing, which is coming as a part of the manufacturing 4th generation process. For example, in a typical foundry, at the end of a month or end of a week, a typical costing department prepares a statement using technique called standard costing or variance analysis. Most of our students and members also adopt this, which tells at the end of a month or at the end of a period that this should have been the standard consumption of materials, this is the actual, and this is the variance. So this variance analysis, which is a typical standard costing tool, is expected to trigger a conversation in the company or in the foundry that what is the reason for the rejection, why it is so much, why the material has been wasted, etc. So this is a typical traditional legacy setting of a CMA in operational area, not in strategic area, in operational area. Now, how this has been disrupted by a real-time manufacturing, that is exactly what I want to highlight. In a traditional manufacturing setup of this foundry, what would happen as a result of this analysis based on a cost accounting statement? After that analysis, they would come up with reasons that this was the defect in the material, or this has happened in the tool, or such and such thing happened. So a reason would be there as variance analysis. But now what is happening in the real-time manufacturing? Let's say there is a die which is making this casting. Now through the real-time digitization process, sensors are attached to the die which generates information relating to what is happening live to the product which is being made under the conditions of manufacturing. So for example, let's say the die temperature is dropping, as a result of which the product is getting wasted, and that continued drop in the die temperature would make the particular product a rejection. So what would this real-time digitization do? It will send an alert because it is connected to the sensory signal. So this alert will go to the foundry supervisor or that particular casting area supervisor that this particular process is going out of control. So a process control which was done through a month-end or a period-end costing report is made real-time through this. As a result of this, that foundry supervisor, he is expected to go and rectify that short. If this doesn't happen in the second or third, that alert is escalated and sent to the manager of the foundry that this man is not attending, there is a process control issue. So what is happening in this real-time process? The digitization of the process control is hitting directly into a traditional standard costing, which is a tool of cost and management accounting. Now this algorithm, which is in the brain of a CMA, is now transferred into a real-time manufacturing process. Now this is exactly what is happening in every domain, where the CMA as a subject is getting embedded at an operational level where a repetitive logic is there and there is an algorithm. But what is getting enriched is a strategic area where this cannot be done that easily. It may require another 10 years. But we should catch up on the strategic area by looking at how the deploying the real time to our advantage, at the same time looking at the greener pastures of what is happening in terms of disruption to the CMA in the strategic area. This is, according to me, exactly how a direct link should be established between this sort of topics and the cost and management accounting profession, so that at the end of the day, when I go to the manufacturing spot, like what Mr. Gopal Ramanan said, tomorrow how I can make use of this knowledge, the takeaways would be more meaningful. Thank you, Chairman.
Wonderful example.
Thank you. Wonderful example. Wonderful example. I was not knowing Raman sir was saying here. He always propagated the use of cost and management accounting. We go a long way with this knowledge. It has
connect directly with our subject as in lesson what I am trying to say.
Yes.
Fantastic.
Excellent, sir. Thank you very much. Now I request Harsha Deshpande to offer formal vote of thanks.
Good evening and very warm. It is indeed a great day today. In fact, I am thankful to Neeraj that every day we are celebrating this Management Accounting Day. It is International Management Accounting Day. So we as a body of cost and management accountant, we are more inclined towards management accounting and more so the economic scenario and developments, especially on the technology front, what are happenings. They are gradually driving us towards the core of our domain, that is the management accounting. So today is day of ours and we would like to celebrate this, and this is the occasion wherein we are meeting and discussing a lot of issues which are concerning this management accounting. So going forward, we look forward that this perhaps we will again try to build more on this our core aspect of management accounting, and this is perhaps the beginning. So I think throughout the day you must have learned there are different aspects and facets of the management accounting that we discussed. So I was late, but I was hearing the discussions about real time. So I will also give my real time some of the examples. So yesterday, rather last week, there was I am practicing in insolvency domain. So there was one matter which was going on against me, against somebody, and there were heated discussions. And we told that okay, our point is right, and the other side advocate said that no, we have received the late reply, and we will be filing our reply in the form of affidavit immediately. Then judge said when? He said that sir, immediately, maybe by next week I will file. Okay, so I was like, he's saying immediately means next week. Okay, so that is the real time for him. Then the second case, I was doing an audit of one, it was a toll collection company, and they, of course, this was a great earlier experience. So they said that okay, I asked them that how you track that, okay, how many vehicles have gone past. They said that sir, we have a real time tracking. Okay. So I said that okay, so can you demonstrate what is what is happening now? He said that not now, but I can show you yesterday's data. I said that yesterday's data. He said yes, we are having real time system. So today's data you can see it tomorrow. So I said yeah, wow, that's a great real time. So this real time is also changing, and it depends upon the information and of course the utility of the information. It is not that every time you need everything instantly, but some of the things you need and some of the things you don't need. And there wherein the brain has to be applied, there where perhaps our role is that, okay, let us not just be run around real time and get the data, but what you are going to do out of that data, isn't it? So that is somewhere that human brain will work. And about this AI, everybody says that, okay, garbage in, garbage out, maybe, I don't know, but definitely as a user of AI, so perhaps I do use AI quite effectively, and I find that it is not garbage in, garbage out. It gives you that this is garbage, but it tells you that this is garbage, so you choose whether you want this garbage or that garbage.
I mean
so
that only.
So you can always improvise, and there is also human element, so it's a suggestive. So AI is not the decision maker, as Gopala sir rightly said that, but it will facilitate your decision. It will tell you that, okay, this stock perhaps is giving you a trend like this. This is a technical thing because I'm following and I'm using it. It gives you accuracy up to say 90%. I'm telling you, sir, and this is some of the, you must have seen in some of the programs that some revelations were there about some companies who do this kind of algo trading, and today's fund managers, okay, of many big this thing, they do this automated algo trading, so they don't have to use their brain every time. They can put, just like we put sometime the plane on the autopilot mode, they can put it and just it will, the transaction will happen, and more or less the results are quite good. It is not that perhaps gone haywire at any point of time. So it is up to you how to use it, and it is better that we should use it diligently. We should use AI with our brain, not just using it as it is, but it helps a lot. And frankly, you know, I use it even just while I was around here. I used AI to you have a speech, you know, how to address you. So that also I can get. So this gives me nice pointers, and based on my experiences, it tells me that actually you want to speak this, speak this, speak this, and this is how you can use it in better way, isn't it? So. So you asked about what is the long form of GPT. I said that I don't, I know it. Rather, I don't want to also, because I use a Copilot. Okay, so it is not that ChatGPT is one of the tools. It is that way. If you use the other tools, you will find there are other bigger and broader tools which can give you a lot of insight. And we need to focus more on how to use these tools. Okay, so like you know, there are certain functions like website creations. Okay, many of our CMA friends they practicing, they don't have a website. So there are some AI tools, in 5 minutes they will generate a fantastic website for you free of cost. So this is how we have to use it really, then to understand. Yes, of course the understanding is very much required, but for that first you have to put to use. So unless it is put to use, perhaps that we will not be able to improvise and understand how it really works. So I'm grateful that all of you were here, and in Mumbai it's very important that whether you start the program on time or not, but you have to end on time, so that people will reach on time. So I'm grateful to all of you for being with us, a very nice audience, and many of you traveled from various places. So we from the council, I thank you, all of you. I'm thankful to the session chairman, TCS sir, and also our two learned speakers, Gopinath sir and Gopala sir, and my council colleague Arjit Dada and Nanti Bhai. So with this we formally conclude these sessions. So I think I will request our MAC Management Accounting Committee Chairman Neeraj Joshi to kindly take over. So before he takes over, yes, Neeraj, let us give a round of clap for Neeraj, because he is the architect of this program, and on that we are announced. So we have this thing. Over to you, Neeraj.
Thank you, Harshad. So I would request first of all CMA Nantisha to felicitate our CCM CMA Harshad Deshpande sir, because he was a little late for joining because of some work. Thank you. So as Harshad had said, it is very important in Bombay to finish on time. So it's sharp 5:30, and that's the scheduled time at which we will be concluding the program. I'm really very thankful to all of you for your patient listening and participating in large number. But this program would not have been possible because of support from many people. I would just like to take a few minutes of yours. So first of all, I would like to thank all the student volunteers who have been working behind the curtains. Big round of applause for them. So I just named it correct. Sunil, Archita, Ifra, Manoj, Mohan, Moksha, Neha, Nisha, Poonam, Siraj, Sanjana, Shubhangi, Sunil, Satyam and Ronak. So it was a big team of 15 people. So for success of any program, this kind of support from the budding CMAs is required, and I hope that they have got opportunity to listen to some of the speakers because they were busy, but at least they have got experience of managing. That is what is more important. So I'm really thankful to all of you. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank the three ladies who have been comparing throughout the day, and I would like to felicitate them. I would request TCA Prasad sir to felicitate the three practicing CMAs. I would request first of all CMA Meena Vaidya madam to come up on the dais, and I would request TCA Prasad sir to felicitate her. Thank you, Vaidya madam. I now request Prasad sir to felicitate CMA Supriya Tambe madam. And lastly, our CMA Anatha Mohe madam. If we organize any program in WRC, then I rely upon the 4 office bearers who are like the 4 pillars for me. And for last 3 days, they have been working with me tirelessly on this program. So I would like to request all the 3 office bearers. 4th office bearer has gone home, so the remaining present 3 office bearer Chaitanya, Mihirbai and Nantibai to just please come off on the dais. And I would take this opportunity myself to present them with a small memento. And lastly, I would like to also thank the entire staff of WRC, ably led by our own CMA Dipendu Roy ji and Banzari sir, and also to my secretariat at head office. We have our Dr. Pradipta Ganguly sir present here. He is the Secretary of Management Accounting Committee. And because without all of their support, this program would not have been possible. And with this, now we can conclude the program. And as per the tradition of the institute, all our programs we end with national anthem. So I request all of you to please stand up for the national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मागे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगल दायक जय हे